Welcome, everybody, to this next wonderful spring anime wrap-up. Today, me and Yuki
Hi, Yuki guys.
will be going over all of the anime from the spring season of anime. What to watch, what to skip, what was just trash, and what, dear God, was I so depressing?
I called this season seasonal depression.
It fits. All right, and for our ranking system, for those who are new to this stream,
Was that me?
yes, that was you to explain what our ranking system is.
All right. Starting at the very top, we have the S tier. You're probably not going to see a lot of stuff go into this because it is, generally speaking, reserved only for things that have a major impact on anime going forward or are like a true masterpiece. As a general rule, if we don't believe something is going to stand the test of time and be talked about for many future seasons to come, it is not going to land in S tier. Next up is A tier. A tier is basically anything that is very high quality work, but not quite meeting that masterpiece mark that's necessary to get into S tier. This is a very competent series that kind of checks all the boxes, has, great animation, good writing, good sound, but just probably is a little bit too niche of an audience or just not going to leave quite as much of a cultural impact. B tier is kind of the above average stuff. Maybe the animation's a little nicer than usual, but the story's about the same, or vice versa. And then C tier is stuff that is basically exactly what you would expect. It is the okay, you're on a break. It is the stuff that is
I always forget to stop myself at the start of the break because normally I have that longer wait screen with Pix and Kigu.
Yeah, so C tier is just the average stuff. It's exactly what you would expect for the quality mark of its genre. Skip tier is stuff that is just straight up bad. We do not recommend that you watch it, even if you are part of the niche audience that it targets. For that matter, S tier is kind of recommended to everybody. A tier is like a must watch if it's your genre, but if it's not your genre, you might still give it a try. B tier is something that you probably still definitely want to watch if it's in your genre, but maybe want to give a pass if it's not. C tier is stuff that is probably only going to appeal to some people within its genre. Skip is just bad. And then trash, we are trash connoisseurs around here. Just because something is in trash doesn't necessarily mean it is bad.
It truly does, though.
Often it does. Usually a lot of the stuff that's in the trash tier is kind of more in the C or B territory. But it's the stuff that is very heavily fan service oriented or just is really, really relying on its specific appeal to some kind of power fantasy or something like that. And it might be a fun ride, but it's all empty calories. It's McDonald's.
And for those of you wondering why we don't have a D or E tier for the skip, there's a lot of anime every season. Not regarding season 1 or season 2, which I forgot to place the rules I set down and told you beforehand. But we just decided to skip those or that. This list is comprehensions of only new anime. So your season 2s, your pre-seasons, your spin-off seasons, such as My Hero Vigilante, will not be covered by our list. The only exceptions we do have to that rule are full reboots. If this is a ground up reboot from the original source material, starting at what would be episode 1 or a chapter 1, we would then recover that since that is the beginning of a series from the start again. But just note, you will not see My Hero Vigilante, you will not see G-Quux from Gundam, and what were the big season 2s from this season? Or are they all coming out this following season?
Yeah, this following season is really the season of sequels. I feel like there's at least one or two big sequels this season, but I don't even remember what they were because I didn't have the time to watch any of them.
But yeah, on that note, we will do a little bit of a cover for what we both individually like. While I am your host, Agent, I am your massive mecha and shonen fan. If you want your macho power fantasies or your giant robots rocket punching out the moon, I'm your guy to go to. On the other hand, if you want your slice of life romance rom-coms, I'm going to be, my opinions will have a tint of salt with them, as that is something I tend to bounce off fairly hard.
Whereas I am very, very deep into the fantasy genre, and definitely do enjoy myself some rom-coms, but I do tend to bounce very hard off of anything that is sports-related, as well as there's certain subgenres of romance and things like that that I just can't do. Idol shows are also a very good example.
She doesn't like the BL stuff.
It's not even that I don't like it. It doesn't hold any appeal to me. I'm not the target audience for it.
There's some arguments to be made there, but yeah, it's also anime and gay romance to begin with. Generally suck ass. Well, they do tend to get Yuri bait pretty well, especially this season. But with that, we will be going over each show, a little bit of breakdown of what we thought. We will be trying to remain major spoiler free, as this is a review of the entire seasons of each show. We will be dipping into minor spoilers, so be warned and all that. But we will also be going over each trailer to give everybody a general idea, other than our rough gifts down here that I have. Oh, you don't know how hard some of these are to get. They're so weird. Why don't they make them easy? Like, they feel like a thumbnail or GIF would be easy for anime shows, but they are not. But so we will be starting with our trailers. And what trailer will we be starting with tonight, Yuki?
One extra note, we will be saving the spicier content for near the end of the stream as much as we can. Let's see. First up, we have the beginning after the end. Here we go.
The
最強の王様2度目の人生は何をする
I think that was the last shot of the season.
Yeah, so this one definitely had a lot of anticipation around it, by my understanding, and a lot of disappointment as a result of all that anticipation.
Yeah, this is a top hit manhwa similar to Solo Leveling in popularity levels. Nowhere, completely different storytelling wise, but I feel similar to Solo Leveling. It had a minimal budget for season 1. I remember you complained a bit about that back in the day on that one.
Yeah, but even Solo Leveling, Solo Leveling's budget was minimal by Solo Leveling standards.
Or at season 1 at least. Overall, the beginning after the end is let me see if I can grab it down here, because I should definitely have it. It's just going to be buried within some. There you are. Is a fantasy isekai, so everyone just hold your breath on that. But it takes more cues from Mashoko Tensei's of we're going to do a slightly slow burn from infant to child to young adult to, I don't think I've got past young adult even in this main series, honestly. The problems it does come down with are its budget was not there. It is very roughly animated. This is A lot of people do refer to it as Mushoku Tensei Light, and I can definitely see that appeal.
Very much, we have Mushoku Tensei at home.
That's another great way to put it.
This, I think, falls honestly deep into the trash category. It wasn't even just the animation that was the issue. Even the story was rough around the edges, and just like it felt like they skipped ahead too much in certain areas, and others they just kind of spent more time on it than it deserved. It the character kept getting all these like powers and stuff that just didn't feel in any way earned. It had all the trash anime hallmarks.
Yeah, as much as I am a deep fan of the manhwa on this one, and as much as I do generally love the series, they speed ran a lot of the early stuff because they wanted to get to, I don't even want to say mid-series. Like they wanted to not even skip over, but they did not give as much love to some of the earlier arcs as that probably needed to, establishing what this world is like and what the power scaling for different characters can be. If this gets to season 2, I can see it getting a lot better. If it gets the love it needs, it could do a lot, but I do have to grade this on what we got, and this does feel very trash isekai anime. Now, to be fair on this one, this is not in the trash category of, oh, this is the RPG system, this is the power up for this, or this is this God's blessing. This very much is the characters, while it not feeling like a couple of them are very much earned, all do make sense in the context of the world for a proper developed magical society, and not just one that has a RPG system thrown over the top of it.
Yeah, and also the isekai element just felt out of place and like not utilized properly. It's the sort of show that forgets that it's an isekai for like 9 episodes and then just suddenly is like, back in my old life.
That is a problem that stays in the manhwa as well. The interesting thing I will say about the isekai, this is not a person from our world is transported to fantasy world. This is a person from a, I would say Final Fantasy-esque martial world transported to a classic fantasy world. So that is a very interesting concept of the main character being from a pseudo techno fantasy world coming into a full fantasy world. But other than that,
there was a little bit of interesting stuff where they were like talking about how Ki from their old life kind of relates to magic and stuff, but they just never really went anywhere with it or developed it, so I can't really give them much credit for it.
Yeah, that's it's going to be rough around the edges for a lot of people. If you're interested in the manhwa, I would say give it a watch. If you don't mind trash isekai, it might pick up later on, so an idea to keep an eye on it. Other than that, this is a thorough trash. All right.
Next up we have, can a boy-girl friendship survive? Incidentally, I've learned that this is from the same manga artist as Rent a Girlfriend, which explains some things.
The Cuck Master.
俺はひまりと夢を叶えたい。
私はユウの夢を応援したい。だから
俺たちは親友だよな。テレビアニメ男女の友情は成立する？
いや、しない。
2025年4月放送開始。
You know, it occurs to me they actually answer the question right there in the preview.
Yeah, unfortunately, I caught the first episode of this later on. I had some stuff going on in the background, so unfortunately, Yuki is going to be doing a little bit more heavy lifting this season than I normally like to lean on her for. But I will say, as
This is usually my genre piece anyway.
yeah, there's a lot more on here that I would normally like to lean on you for. Okay. If the very premise of this anime show doesn't kind of give it away, I like the idea. I have a lot of friends who are girls who I have very good relationships with, and I always kind of get bugged a little bit. It's like, oh, this is a boy and a girl, and they spend a lot of time and hang out together. They must start dating. I'm sorry, it's just a pet peeve of mine. It just bugs me. It's like, you can have fun relationships, you can have fun friendships. It's like, everything's a romance, people. But all right, Yuki, go ahead on this one.
Yeah, I would say that like anyone looking at this knows where it's supposed to be going the moment they look at it. Like the question that they're posing is like clickbait, basically. It's just that kind of show. I would say overall, like the animation was okay. It was maybe a little bit better than we've seen for some of the recent series in this kind of genre. The characters, their believability is questionable. There was at least one good moment between the two female protagonists that was worth a tiny bit of credit, but I don't think I could place this higher than a B or a C. And I will warn, do not go into this expecting a satisfactory watch and an enjoyable ending. And if you know anything about this creator behind the work, you should expect that anyway. So, I don't know. It's like high C, low B. I'm probably tempted to err towards the C category for this one.
Like I said,
so let's just stick it there for now.
Yeah, somebody, like I said, I don't like this type of genre to begin with, and the very start of this show ticked me off. So that's kind of where I was ranking on that one.
All right.
And I'm looking at this list and I realized one of the shows I was supposed to watch I forgot about. That shows you how much memory was on here, though. Oof.
Next up, we have From Old Country Bumpkin to Master Swordsman.
つきましてはこの度先生を騎士団付きの特別指南役として推薦し無事承認されました。
なんでこんなことに。俺は峠を過ぎたおっさんで特別指南役なんてとても。
アリューシア・シトラスです。我々門弟が先生を盛り立てますので存分にご指導ください。先生、お久しぶりっす。また先生に教えてもらえるの嬉しいっす。天下の騎士団長様が男連れで街歩きか。ふぬけたものだな。
ペリル先生ひどい。しくしく。先生に教わった剣術生かしてる。
誰がお嬢ちゃんか。
まったく
わしはお主よりずっと年上じゃぞ。
ガーデナント氏の実力がいかほどかご教示いただきたい。優しさは時に間違いを生む。私はそれを正すべき立場にある。
今までずっとやってきたことが全く通用しないっていうのも寂しすぎるしね。テレビアニメ「片田舎のおっさん牽制になる」。なんなのこの子たち。
All right. I imagine you managed to catch this one, right, Agent?
Yep. One thing to know on this one. This one actually had a Simo dub at the same time for an Amazon Prime show, which was felt unusual, but it's a trend I hope does continue.
Especially because Amazon Prime's subtitles are such garbage.
They are the worst, and we watch enough to be very well versed on that end. I swear to God, old fan dubbing used to be better than that.
The subtitles themselves are just physically painful to look at.
Kind of, honestly. I'm not seeing this one on my list. Did I forget to add this one to the list?
I'm pretty sure you've got it on there somewhere. Let me
It should be. This
see.
is literally the list from the start preseason. So, Brilliant Healer, Evil Lord, the Unaware Altair Master, Spring School Demon Classic. But go ahead, Yuki.
I think it might be kind of in the top middle there.
Witch, Rock, Apocalypse Hotel.
It's hard to tell because they're very small on my screen.
Yep, okay. Well, I'll see if I can add a file really quick to this. You keep going on what your thoughts are. I try to fix the problem.
So this is not an isekai. First of all, it looks kind of like it could be, but it's definitely not. This kind of follows in the trend we've seen recently of like older guy who turns out to be really powerful and doesn't realize it. Sort of power fantasy thing. But while this kind of looks on the surface level like it is going to be trash and seems almost like it's aiming to be trash, I don't think I could call it trash. It's very competently executed. It has a lot of really good fight choreography and like insight into martial combat that I think definitely sets it apart from a lot of its contemporaries. And if you'll put aside the horses, which are, as usual, an affront and an abomination.
You think the horse technology for CGI would be a lot better than it is in Japan?
Yeah. The CG in the show is, like, for the fight scenes and stuff, is very clean. Like, I'm able to pick it out, but I feel like most people would not be able to, and it's not noticeable enough to be bothersome to me, which is definitely above par for CGI implementations. I would give this show a solid B personally.
Yeah.
It has its own unique world that it develops. It has decent characters, which even if some of them are kind of tropey, it sometimes even leans on that trope to kind of subvert it a little bit and play into that for.
I was gonna say it's one of the things that kind of caught me off. I swear it's a you blink and you miss it reference there, but one of the key points in this show is obviously that this old dude who's really a badass but is kind of underconfident has all these girls around him that all kind of want the D quite badly.
Oh yeah.
One thing to note is he has trained most of them and knew a lot of them from small children, not as childhood friends, but as I was 20 something. I trained this 7 or 8 year old up until like she was an adult. And now I'm 40 and she's in her 20s. And he very much makes a comment to somebody. It's like, I think that girl was coming out to you. It's like, yeah, I know, but I trained her. I was her master. I've known her since a little kid. I just ignore that.
Yeah, I mean, most of the time he seems kind of oblivious to it, but you're right. There is that kind of like vague reference that they make at least the one time. And then there's the matter of like the girl he kind of adopts. And even she definitely is clearly into him, and that seems to be something that they sort of set up as being relatively socially acceptable within the bounds of that world, but he still is just like, nah, I'm way too old. I'm not going to go there.
I'm 40. She is 16. Nah. Which, thank you, anime. Thank you for being I don't want to say wholesome because the show is not wholesome. It's respectable, I guess. Let's start there.
Showing restraint? I don't know.
Sorry, everybody. But yeah, high B on that one. And I think when I did my reset for this show, I think I forgot to. I think some of the files didn't get added into this.
Oh no.
Well, I think it's only like 2 if I'm looking at here.
I think we were actually missing 1 or 2 last time as well, so that could have been what happened.
Yeah, that might have been it. Which I think that should be the other one. But all right, that should be the solve. we have a first trash, C and B. Let us see where we go next. And what is next on
All
that
right.
docket, Yuki?
Next up is the Brilliant Healer's New Life in the Shadows.
貧民街出身だとライセンスを取ることもできないし、正式な開業も難しい。それだと闇営業の治癒士、闇ヒーラーになってしまうか。実は冒険者パーティーを追い出されたばかりでな。
リリも治療院を一緒にやりたい。
メス、痛みを取りながら傷口の再生を万倍に加速する。
腕を再生するヒーラーなんて聞いたことがないよ。
他のヒーラーはできないのか。
一人も死なないからわらわがつまらん。どうやら随分と腕がいいヒーラーのようだな。
気に入ったぞ、闇ヒーラーのゼノス。
怪我もしてないのにあいつら何しに来てるんだろうな。
貴様に惚れているのだろうよ。
バカ言うな。そんなわけないだろ。
今日こそは誰が一番上かはっきりさせてやるよ。
冗談きつい。
今日がお主らの命日だ。
目立たずひっそりと闇ヒーラーをやるつもりだったのに、相手が貧民街の大物だろうが労力に見合った対価はもらうぞ。一瞬で治療していたのに役立たずと追放された天才治癒士、闇ヒーラーとして楽しく生きる。
All right. This one was just kind of thoroughly trash through and through. It was clearly aiming to be trash, and that's where it ended up.
I almost it's food for the soul. Ninja Assassin. I'm trying to find this one on my list again. This one didn't get cut. No, the Brilliant Healer. Do Life the Shadow. Why did this one get the special Crunchyroll title? Yeah, so you'll see some of those are pictures of these titles. I make sure to grab the titles of shows Crunchyroll determines to be higher quality shows, or at least tries to put a little bit more effort behind advertising and showing off. This was one of them. It does not deserve it. This is a thoroughly... No, this is isekai. It's like this is isekai trash at best. This doesn't go into the skip,
but it's not even isekai.
I think it said isekai in the freaking trailer there, didn't it?
I don't think so. But
Early
like recalling the show, there wasn't any kind of previous life stuff going on.
Yeah, you're probably right. Or they mentioned it offhand because it was mildly important, but this is another, healer world doesn't set up, but really is a good guy, knows how to help a bunch, and gets a bunch of hot monster girl would-be girlfriends, harem.
Plus the elf lolly and the ghost.
Is the elf lolly at least like a little daughter? It's like, I'm not gonna. I watched episode 2 to this and then kind of forgot it was a thing for a minute.
She 100% every opportunity reminds everyone that she wants to be or considers herself his wife.
Okay, so yeah, we're yep, we have another fantasy healer, which I think I say at least once a season now. I main healer in a lot of the games I play. I like being support classes. We get a lot of respect, guys. Trust me, no one fucking messes with the healer in online video gaming. Team 4-Star got that right. You don't fuck with the white mage. Which anime just doesn't seem
fastest way to collapse a guild is to offend your healers.
Yeah, which anime doesn't seem to get. Tirade aside, this is a low-end trash show. I can't think of too much else to say. I have limited experience with the show watching it, but anything more you would like to add, Yuki?
Yeah, there's not much to really write home about here in terms of animation or anything. It's all pretty low budget, and it does the thing that bothers me a lot, especially in anime that aren't isekai and are in fact supposed to be just straight up fantasy anime, where it gives the protagonist an outfit that looks like it could have come out of a modern day department store. Or yeah, like come on, people. Like, people in fantasy worlds do not wear pants with buttons and like multicolored hoodies with orange bits, and like
In fantasy
you just can't give
worlds, at
them
least.
modern fabrics and stuff. It doesn't work.
Yep. If you want your fantasy world to look fantasy-esque, keep it fantasy-esque. If you want it to look JRPG-esque, keep it JRPG-esque. The world, like 2 shows we already got after, Old Swordsman and The World After the Beginning, both managed to hit in those markets pretty well. You can't have it both ways. You do have to keep consistency in your, I was going to say brand, but that's not it.
Yeah, it's a portion, or like related to what I would call like edgelording for edgelording's sake, where like they're just trying to give like this edgy vibe to the character, whether it fits or not, or is in any way relevant to the plot or not.
All right, but moving on, because we have a lot to cover, and there are sub shows that we need to talk about and other shows that will not be discussed thoroughly.
And next up is Witch Watch.
お前とニコちゃんはこの家で一緒に暮らすことになった。
あのニコと暮らす。
どうしよう、これから一緒に住むとかいろんなことが起きるよ。いろんなことって
見違いかな、ニコ。俺の任務はニコの護衛。なるべく魔女ということは隠し、目立たずいた方がいい。
始まるね。ここからニコの青春が始まる。ふつつか者ですが、末永くよろしくお願いします。
布団の上で変な挨拶するな。
いやー、お前とは初対面やけどニコとは幼なじみや。
あ？
欲しいわ、このミヤオネムの使い魔に。
マジ俺変わってっからな。
生徒会長の清宮天竜だ。
私漫画がすごい好きでガチオタなんです。ねえニコ、みんなに魔法を見せてよ。何でもできるよ。おはようございます。
無限城来ちゃった。
ビッグーン、コーデカペラペランコ。
ニコ！こうして始まった魔女と使い魔の同居生活。
ウィッチウォッチ。
今時の女子の魅力を見せてあげるのよ。はい、どんもいちゃん。
寿司三昧？
違うよ。
As you might guess from Agent's reaction here, the show has some pretty competent comedy in it, especially in the early couple of episodes.
Yeah, this is a well done. Honestly, this is a throwback to older style rom-coms, kind of reminding me of Haruki and a couple of those other old genres of, oh hey, you're left alone and hijinks and chew, while also managing to be a modern day ensemble cast with the reminiscence of what is it? Something can't communicate. Haruki, I'm gonna butcher that.
Komi can't communicate?
Yeah, with the classroom setup. This this does so much well for itself in so many good things. Like the only thing the only complaint I have is I have watched so many, like the part of the reason I've burned out on rom-coms and stuff. I watched so many of the classics growing up as a kid, like the trope and stuff have a hard time hitting for me. And this was going back to that old school peak for me.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the show kind of, when it tried to go more plot heavy, sort of lost its roots. But besides that, it was a very, very solid show. I would easily put this in like A or B tier. It's definitely different from a lot of what we've been seeing recently. And it was very competently executed. It had some very good humor, and some cute character interactions. And even though it was, kind of a reverse harem magical girl show, it still kept my attention. I was still able to watch it all the way through. So
A reverse harem where the girls into the guys too, but they're all kind of I don't want to say oblivious, but really, no, you're a goddamn handful. Let me kind of deal with this slowly.
I think it's more like the girl's into one guy, but he's not into her.
Like going into so much plot and story, but it's the dynamics that I'm gonna put. I kind of want to put this in A as someone who doesn't, who generally bounces off this kind of thing. I really, really did enjoy what we got here, and seeing so many.
No, go ahead.
I was saying so many great dynamics amongst the characters are what kept going me forward. And when you have a rom-com comedy, the dynamics and characters are really what I feel are the most important on it.
Yeah, I think if it's outside your genre and you still enjoyed it, that really is probably a good sign that it deserves the higher tier ranking of the two.
Yep. Other than that, there is a plot for the background of it. It's kind of picking up where it was the weird parts, which is kind of what some of the older rom-com-y shows had a problem with too, is their plot tried to muscle in on the comedy too much. There was a hard balance on it. But
yeah, they felt like they were obligated to go somewhere, but it really was a character-driven show, so they didn't really need to do that any more than in service of like introducing the characters.
Yep.
All right. Anything else on that one before we move on?
No, that was pretty straightforward. You get it's on the 10. There's not too much deeper, but goddamn, was that a good 10 of cookies?
All right. In that case, next up we have Sword of the Demon Hunter.
兄ちゃん。
見こもりだ。大切なものを守れるお役目だよ。
私たちこれから家族になるんだから。鈴音。チンタ、私ね、樹姫になるんだ。
鬼はもとより1000年を超える寿命を持つが、巫女の生き肝を食らえば不老が得られると。
ジンタ、アッキラ説を前にしても決して退かぬ。あなたの献身嬉しく思います。
でもちゃんとこの目で確認できたわ。間違いない。あの顔は私が見たまんまよ。
どんな鬼でも倒せるようになる。そうしたら見こもりになって会いに行くよ。
だから伝えるのはこの場所がいいと思ったの。ねえ、聞いてくれる？
やっぱり俺は見こもりとしてお前を守るよ。
Did you manage to catch this one, Agent?
Yes, I did manage to get I did skip around in the middle there a bit, but I did manage to catch the openings and ending of the show.
Gotcha. Why don't we lead off with your thoughts on it, Dan?
All right. Once again, for anyone know, High Dive loves to do the hour-and-a-half opening episode, which this very much is, I believe, or at least was a 45-minute, if I remember correctly, at the minimum.
I think this was a 45-minute, but it could have been more.
Yeah. I love the story. The characters and the world it sets up are very interesting. The only thing that kind of bugged me going on is it felt like it was going to be a story driven through more time periods and advancing the eras a bit more. The fact that it only jumped a few years ahead at most, I believe, threw me a little off for its premise, although this also does feel like a show that wants to run much longer. That means
there was at least one episode where they kind of jumped ahead to the modern era, and like the main character was in a high school and like showing up at a random shrine. But yeah, for the most part, it pretty much stuck to kind of like the right around the end of Japanese isolationism.
Yeah, like I said, I think it was maybe a 5-year, with the exception of that episode, which I apparently missed that one. It was maybe 5 years in that. The story, the plot, the characters, I loved all that. The choreography for the fights was decent. I don't know what the animation quality was on that. It
was pretty solid.
Yeah, it felt overall good. I very much am liking almost everything this did. The problem is nothing jumped out at me. Nothing like was over the top great. Nothing was like drawing me in again and again and again. This was just good.
I think the biggest drawback to the show, in my opinion, was just that it's limited in its audience because it's such a mature show, and because this was the first show that we're talking about that falls into that seasonal depression category that I was talking about, where the content is very heavy at many times, and it's just very emotionally dense and chewy and can be kind of depressing.
Oh yeah, one of those. We don't hit the heavy ones yet, but one of those. Oh no! Oh no! For a lot of its runtime. That being said, it's like I said, it felt good. I enjoyed everything that was here, but there is nothing that really like pulled and locked me in. And we do say
part of that is the pacing was also a little bit slow, so I can see why you might have been tempted to skip around.
Yep. The other bit I would say is I had a train of thought and I'm trying to get back on it. Now I can't think about it. Is when we said mature, we didn't mean fan service-esque. This is a bit bloody and a bit, oh no, they're dead. Oh. Part of that emotional heaviness there.
Yeah, this is more of a seinen show than it is a shonen show. It's more about like a very thoughtful and thought-provoking content, and giving you a lot of time to kind of digest that.
Do not expect big action pieces every episode.
Indeed. All right. I do agree, though. It definitely deserves at least a B, if not an A. Very well done, but the audience on this is going to remain pretty niche, I think.
Yep, that's the problem I have with that there. And if it could do if this was also a finished show, I would rate it a little bit higher, but this is expecting a season 2, if not a direct continuation of the 12 episodes we got for season 1. Which I believe there are quite a few of those.
Definitely did not wrap up the story fully.
No, it did not. Not in any way, shape, or form. So be noted that it is an unfinished. So we do kind of take demerits off of that, but nature of the beast we currently are in. As the anime production, not the show.
All right, then. Moving along. Next up is Apocalypse Hotel.
Oh, God, the feels.
Oh, yeah?
伝統と最先端が交差する街銀座上質でおくつろぎのひとときをご提供いたしますホテル銀河楼私たちのコンセプトは愛すべきお客様に現在宿泊中のお客様0名ハートフルな京都本日新規宿泊予定のお客様0名最高の笑顔を昨日のホームページ閲覧数0件
私はすぐに帰ってくるその時までホテルを頼んだ
あなたに出会ったらいずれ人類が帰ってくる時までこのホテルを守るそれがオーナーとの約束です
望みが叶わない確率より叶う可能性を信じろお前の AI が思うままに振る舞えばいい
いつも どんな時も
私のこと忘れたかな。花は枯れて
私たちはずっと彼らの帰りを待っているのです。
心というものが生まれ
この気持ちが
どこに行ったの。
寂しい。
寂しい
よくわかりません。
会いたくて死にそう。
All right. Did you end up watching this one all the way through, Agent?
I watched halfway through episode 1, cried my eyes out, and then said, I can't do this.
That's an appropriate response. So that's actually the first thing I'll touch on, is that while this is an amazing and very well done series, please do not attempt to watch this if you are not in a good place emotionally and mentally. It will destroy you emotionally.
Yeah, that's very much where I was. And one thing I do want to point out on that a lot of anime series have done, and a lot of rating systems kind of let people get away with. A lot of time, machines and other AI bots are not treated as people or thinking or alive on that one. Like, especially as we're coming into the modern age, I think it is very important to, if this is a thinking machine, if this is supposed to be portrayed as human level intelligence, treat it as a human or as a person or as people or as another concept, please, dear God. And like I said, I was shaken up at the start of the season, and a majority of the season, and I'm tearing up just goddamn remembering some of this show. Oh my God.
Yeah, that first episode especially is just brutal.
Oh.
I really don't want to give too many spoilers for this show because, like, truly every episode is an experience. But I will say that once you get past, well, it's not to say that there isn't more depressing stuff past episode 1, but this show is really all over the place in terms of its content. And you can go from like some of the saddest stuff you've ever seen in one episode to like a crazy mecha robot fight with incredible production values in a later episode. So you never know when you start any given episode of this show if you're going to get like an emotional sucker punch or like insane awesome action or like top tier comedy. You just don't know what to expect, and all of it is very well executed.
That being said, from what I got out of this show, this feels like it was going to be an A and possibly one of our S rank contenders for this season. I know you're trying not to go into any spoilers because this show definitely feels like it's something that needs to be experienced. Do you want to put this in the where would you want to put this?
There's a part of me that's very tempted to put this in S tier. I think as an artistic work, it meets those criteria on some levels, but I think the problem is episode 1 especially is just going to gatekeep so much of the audience. So many people are never actually going to experience how much of a near masterpiece this show is because it's so emotionally devastating. So I think by nature of that, it's just not really going to leave its mark at all. And we probably have to leave it sitting in like the upper end of A tier.
Yeah, because I know a few other of the anti-tubers and YouTube and people online have gone over how much emotionally destructive this show is, and yeah, I think I think its own weight is what's holding it. Its own gravitas is what's holding it back. But it ain't a good way. If you are someone who could shovels that stuff into their mouth, or I could take it. I love feeling actual emotions. This is the show for you. Oh, come on.
I think also there's an element of portions, especially of episode 1, hit possibly a little too close to home for many of us who have just gone through certain world-altering events.
I want them to stop. It's too much. It's too much.
Yeah.
Okay.
That said, the show truly is it's a work of art, and it deserves to be viewed as a work of art. And art frequently, the gauge of it is its emotional impact, and this show definitely has that in spades.
Comes through swinging on a wrecking ball.
All right.
Most of our audience is too young for that reference.
Oh dear. Way to make me feel old, Agent.
All right.
Next up is Anne Shirley.
Well, that was
this was
a trailer.
Yeah. Well, I guess they were relying on the fact that it's yet another Anne of Green Gables, and for people to just kind of know what they're getting into based on that.
So yes, for anyone who is unaware of Green Gables, which is probably most people born in the last 3 decades, I want to say roughly, probably, maybe 4, maybe 5 even, honestly. Green Gables is a classic literature concept of about a orphan girl being adopted to a small farm on an island in Canada, I think around Quebec, if I remember correctly. But its story is one of those classics that has just been redone and redone and redone throughout time for very good reasons. I'm gonna tell you, like, when I said this was a show, my grandma got excited for it. If that gives you any hint.
I will say there's also at least around half a dozen anime adaptations of Anne of Green Gables alone.
I think those are all one. I think most of those are just one continuous adaptation. From what I was able to dig up, this is the second anime adaptation.
Really? Huh.
It's similar to how, if you ever heard of Legend of the Galactic Heroes, it was kind of produced as an OVA continuously of dozens and dozens and dozens of episodes instead of one continuous series.
Yeah, I think that ended up being like over 200 episodes total, if I remember right.
108, but it's a older style. It was an older style of shows where you would see a series not get picked up right away, but just done in batches, which would have completely different teams, animation studios, meaning the quality could vary drastically from season sets, however you would like to contact. As for this newest adaptation, they managed to capture the original anime feel, at least some of the earlier bits of that, to a modern tee with massive updates and budget keeps. Once again, the story is a young 18th century girl who is I don't want to say fish out of water, but that very bright, very intelligent, very independent style of girl who always up to mischief, always kind of getting in trouble, but always kind of on grand adventures and always more insightful than she actually seems from the trouble she's experienced in the world, which I know it sounds tropey. I know it sounds a little, oh, this has been done. This is kind of the OG, so you got to give it a little bit of credit on that.
Or at least the source material was.
Yeah. Well, how old is the anime? As it would be on that too, honestly. Yuki, did you manage to catch any of this, or I felt like this was a skip for you?
This was a solid did not watch for me. I fully left this one to you.
Okay. Once again, overall, it's like I don't want to spoil any of the story. If you get into it, it's very fun. All the characters have been refined and done down to a perfect T. I don't want to throw this in S. This is not a finished story, like we said before, that this is a long series. So the 12 we got so far are the tip of the iceberg on this story. So I really don't like putting stuff in the S that's not finished. Overall, though, the animation is Ghibli quality in style, if not in complete execution at all times. But hitting there a lot. There's not much more I can say other than, yeah, it's amazingly well animated. It's an amazing story that's been adapted enough times they know exactly what they're doing. This is a modern adaptation of a classic story that the animators and the writers knew exactly what they were doing. Maybe even fans of the original show and or anime and or book.
I feel like a series like this also offers a certain type of escapism from our modern world and current worries in our modern society.
Oh, Green Gables, an escapist show. That's feels weird on multiple levels. All right, what do we got next on the docket?
Next up is Yaiba, Samurai Legend. This was another show I left to your auspices.
鬼丸、俺と勝負しろ。もっと強くならねえと。
Oh, it was a Wit Studio.
つけなければ。
パーク。も。
宮本武蔵。予備の国から今舞い戻った。小次郎。
一からですわ。やってやりづらい。
これは風神。
風神剣にゃ雷神剣よ。人は皆心に鬼を秘めておる。
これよりこの国は
俺は
この鬼丸が進める。
日本一の侍になるんだ。
刃雷神に囚われてはならんぞ。
負けないで。
待ちわびたぞ。黒金刃。
俺は鬼丸に勝つ。
気は熟した。
いざ絶対俺から離れんなよ。
おお遅い。貴様は何も成し得ることなく
刃ならきっと
ここで終わるのだ。
One last note for the audience before I turn this over to you, Agent. This was a full reboot of a much older series for the benefit of our audience.
Yep, I was actually going to go into that because this show's pedigree deserves to be talked about a little bit. Most people might not or might notice that it looks like an older show. It is a very old manga that used to actually compete with the first or earliest chapters of Dragon Ball, if believe it or not, around that era. Why that art style looks familiar. A lot of people would be familiar with this mangaki's follow-up series, which would be Cased Closed. So,
AKA Detective Conan, for those of us who are very American.
All right. Sometimes I forget how weeby I can be. That being said, for a reboot of such an old series, I don't know if there was an original anime for this back in the day. I didn't check that end on it.
My understanding is there was a previous anime series for this, yes.
Okay. The one thing I will say at that end, if knowing both who made it and the era it came out on, this is an old school style shonen. This has that class, not Dragon Ball Z, to be fair for all of our audience. This is Dragon Ball. Old school, young boy adventuring out into the world, hero's journey, villain of the week, Isekai, or not Isekai, Shonen. The brain rot has set that deep series. The points I will say...
Hunter would probably be another good example of the genre.
I understand the reference, but that is kind of deceptive. This is much more of the old school tropes, the oblivious protagonist who does not understand that, oh hey, this is the love interest. I just want to fight. I'm fight sexual kind of person. That's quoted by 2-star.
Vegeta.
No, he's Goku. He's that dumb Goku persona. Fied.
Yeah, that's true.
That being said, what this adaptation does really well is that I want to say it speedruns its story, but it does that by cutting out the fluff, cutting out the filler. It's every episode in this is there to either progress a character or progress the plot or introduce a new plot element or new person that will become relevant or is important to the overarching story that is being told. This is one of those ones.
Would you say that it feels very efficient in its storytelling?
This is incredibly efficient. I don't know how many chapters or old episodes it condensed from its original series, but this is also an ongoing show, so this will be continuing past its initial 12 or 13 episode runs from its season 1. I realize you can't see the air quotes I'm making there. Bit to end on a very good note and continue on to its next arc. I was never bored. I was never like, oh, just skip ahead, get to the next part. Everything felt coherent. Everything felt good. All the characters, with the exception of the token girl character who I'm there to cheer for you and wish I was strong, and probably in the end credits post epilogue, you'll see that we got together in the end. Although you'll never actually show that much interest in me at all throughout the rest of the series. And while probably at the time it was baked in its old school tropes, so many of those tropes have just been left by the waysides nowadays or aren't widely seen, that I very much they did feel refreshing nowadays. It's just some of the gags landed so well. It's like, oh yeah, this is a Jungle Boy, so he has a pet tiger. Brings that to modern day Japan. Old grandma, don't worry, he's a sweet cat. Oh, get off the couch. Another comment on that. Once again, it still has that monster of the week feel to it, but all of the fights that they did leave in felt well choreographed or well thought out in the modern sense of, oh, he actually had to do this. Or the classic power trope of, I have to awaken my dark power, but I can't control it, so I go berserk until I dote, and then I master it, and then it's not as good anymore. They don't overuse that if you're an older anime fan, especially from the 90s and early 2000s show, you know exactly what I'm talking about on there. Inuyasha comes to mind.
Dark power from my evil eyes spilling forth.
Overall, a little piece of me wants to throw this into A, just because once again, Wit Studio bringing their high-end animation. It's a good story, but once again, it's also very tropey, very.
I think, based on the preview, which is all I really watched of it, the combat and everything definitely looked very competent to me. Personally, it put me off just because it has that more cartoony style to it, which I tend to gravitate away from. But that's a very it's a very individual taste thing.
I think throwing this at the top of B would feels good to me. Once again, for this list, we do, as the ranks do fill up, we do try to rank them in their own category, top to bottom, as how we feel on them. This is good. This is a fairly good show. If it had a dub, I probably would have watched it a little bit more, because it's a top B. It's, if you like the genre, if you like those shonen, more cartoony, more childish style, it's very much in there. If you don't, once again, you will bounce off of it. But Okay. Yuki, what
Alright.
is next? What do you have loaded up for us?
And next up, we have Zatsutabi, That's Journey.
旅いいな。ネームはまだあるんですよ。しかも2つ。なんか来るんじゃなかった。お前の蓮沼暦はここにいるぞ。私も旅に連れて行ってください。ちーちゃん、高松楽しかったって。
旅で重要なのは地の食べ物、人との触れ合い。けれど最も大事なのは酒。
旅は雑でいい。雑がいい。雑旅。2025年4月放送開始。
Alright, safe to assume you didn't watch much of this one, Agent?
Nope, I didn't catch a wink of this sucker.
Yeah, that's as expected. So this is kind of a, I don't know, cute girls doing cute things / travel / food subgenre show. The basic premise is a struggling manga artist decides to go on a journey in order to give herself inspiration to help with her manga. And along the way, tends to invite some of her other manga artist friends and other friends along with her. And the journey destinations are decided by basically Twitter polls that she does. So really, that's kind of an excuse for this to be like another low-key tourism-funded show. The backgrounds are mostly like very clearly actual photographs that maybe have some filters on them or are painted over a little bit. But they're very clearly real locations that they've taken actual pictures of. I would say the thing is, this show is easily the weakest of the cute girls doing cute things genre this season. The girls themselves have the least appealing character designs. The animation around them feels kind of muddy or janky or something. Like it's not that they're off model or anything like that. It's just that the models themselves are not well designed.
The jank was baked into it.
Exactly. So the only real redeeming qualities to this are if you have an interest in Japan and want to learn more about some of the locales and maybe places you might want to visit if you ever go there, or if you want a little bit of like light hot springs nudity style fan service that mostly features characters who are at or above college age, this might be a show for you. But I'm going to say this is very solidly C tier at best.
Yeah, that's the scuttlebutt I did hear about. Once again, Crunchyroll, why is this the high quality title?
Absolutely unfathomable. It's almost like they only do that for the low quality shows.
I mean, maybe that works better in the budget to try to get more people to watch them. I don't. But
I don't know.
Yep, I'll lower C1.
Next up, on the subject of cute girls doing cute things, Mono.
Oh, I hate mono. That's a terrible disease.
It's awful. I've actually never had it, but I hear terrible things about it.
360これから私何を取ればいいんだろう。これならいろいろ面白いもの取れると思ったんだ。 これから写真も動画もバンバン撮るぞ。さっちゃん、私もカメラ買ったった部員が私たちだけじゃ廃部になっちゃうんだよ。写真部いいよ、入る入る。写真部ってどんな活動してるの？まあ私はゆるい漫画家だから。二人にぜひ次回作のモデルになってほしいの。やば、ガソリン入れるの忘れてた。今の季節が一番いいんだよ。やってよかったね。うん、なんかいろんなもの撮りたくなってきた。モノ2025年4月放送開始。
All right, fair to assume you didn't watch much of this one either, Agent?
Nope.
All right. So this is another cute girls doing cute things. As I mentioned, it kind of has a little bit of the same DNA as Zatsutabi, in that the characters do a lot of traveling, but this is more of like a photography club oriented kind of story. Although they do meet up with a manga artist, and that's the person who does most of the driving them around. So take that as you will. But this one is definitely much more competently executed in terms of being cute and entertaining. And you're not going to get like any of the fan service that you got from Zatsutabi here. The characters are generally much younger, so depending on your viewpoint, that might be a very good thing. But there's definitely some very quality animation here. The character designs are a lot nicer. I would say that this is easily like B quality, at least. I don't know that it quite deserves A, just because it's kind of that laid back sort of show that doesn't really go anywhere because it's mostly kind of character driven. And it certainly doesn't have like any kind of heavy emotional impact or anything like that, but it's very competently executed within its sort of field there. I would say, yeah, kind of at the bottom end of B tier compared to the other shows that we have on there probably makes sense.
Another special title as well. But overall, fairly well done, it sounds like. So.
Oh yeah, for sure. Competent execution. All the little self-contained stories were cute. The characters were cute. Their interactions were cute. It's mostly fluff. So it doesn't have a ton of substance to it, but it's a good feel-good watch. Next up, we have The Dinner Table Detective.
Ugh.
見てあれ、素敵。
宝生家のご令嬢だよ。
宝生って世界的に有名なあのグローバル企業宝生グループの。
I'm just realizing this is copy
申し遅れま
free.
したが、私本日よりお嬢様にお仕えすることになりました。
Copyright free
執事の
music.
影山と申します。お嬢様の目は節穴でございます。
All the better for us, I suppose.
They'll probably still try to hit it.
このままだと迷宮入りだわ。国立署の本省です。
答え分かってんでしょ影山。いいから教えなさい。
お嬢様の凡庸なひらめきなど人に話すほどのものではございません。聞くだけ時間の無駄でございました。
僕が来たからには皆さんどうかご安心に。
お嬢様のご期待にたがわぬ結末をお約束いたします。
ダイイング。
あと30分でなんて無理です
引っ込んでいてくださいますか。
もう少し正直になれていたら。
今回の事件は起きなくて済んだのかもしれませんね。
これで謎が解けたわ。
謎を解いた後だと胸がいっぱいで食べられないことも終わりでしょう。ですから謎解きはディナーの後でがよろしいかと。
All right. Well, this was a pretty solid did not watch for me.
Yeah, I honestly I got about 5 or 6 episodes into this, and I forgot about it after that. It's
so it had Prime Video syndrome.
Yep, it's weird because I was watching Prime Video a lot for the other show that was on there. But the biggest problem with this one is I'm going to bring it up again because we've already mentioned it. This is a mystery show, very similar to, I would say, Detective Conan or Case Closed, depending on which you've watched it or read it from. The biggest problem is this is done from the perspective of what would be the dad in that show for the majority of the time, meaning you don't get to see the person who competently knows what they're doing go through the steps, but it just comes in and explains it to you afterwards. The two main characters in this are bumbling rich detectives who both come from exceedingly wealthy families who've just kind of did the schooling, did the training, and got the connections to get the jobs as detectives, but are really quite incompetent at their jobs.
Oh no, they're nepotism hires?
As lead detectives.
Oh no.
The title of the show actually comes from the butler, who happens to be the braids and person who solves most of the thing, who generally doesn't let the main lead eat her dinner until the mystery is solved, because it'll ruin your appetite for the dark case. I'm not joking. It's this show.
No dinner until you solve your murder mystery.
Kind of, honestly. It's the mysteries I got were, I don't want to say competently put together. It's in that same Detective Conan Case Closed style of, yeah, you're going to miss some stuff until they reveal it to you at the end, but there is supposedly enough stuff there to figure it out beforehand, which is the hallmark of a good detective show. If a show that is trying to set up a mystery and you manage to figure it out before they do the reveal, that doesn't mean the show is written incompetently. That just means you've been following close enough attention and following the clues to actually come to the logical conclusion that the show was leading you to. You don't need to have a massive reveal in shows like these to where you don't understep it. I think one of my best instances was the Murder on the Orient Express. Just as they were hitting to the final thing, it finally clicked in my brain from all the leads they put up. Oh, I know what happened now. And getting the reveal confirmation is very satisfying. This show does do that, but does hold some stuff back because it does have to do a new murder mystery every episode. So they do have to be quite short. It's the animation also is not great. The people are good, but they like to show off cars, since I think the main guy lead was like from the Toyota company or something. He's a car.
Oh no.
He's a car magnate, like owner's son or grandson, or I don't know. I am tempted to throw this in skip, but I can't bring forth enough hate or complaints to put it down there. This just happens to be a very niche genre that is done mediocrely.
Yeah, it seems pretty rare for mystery to be done well in anime for whatever reason. I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that they tend to rip off other established properties, in hopes that their Japanese audience won't really notice because they're not familiar with the foreign works.
I just adapt them. There's a ton, like, let's see some Head Thatcher. Let's see some. I'm struggling to think of other good mystery writers at this moment, but there are other ones. You can do this. And anime adaptations, it could be very interesting. God, it's all right. How bad was Zetsu? Because like
it wasn't overtly bad. It was just kind of
That's kind of where I'm at in this one. This gave me enough emotions to where I wish it was better. So I think I want to put it above that. Kind of boy girl friendship survive. I want to. That's the problem. I'm trying to juggle between. So I'm gonna leave. I think it's there. I think if you like a slow guilty pleasure detective mystery show, it's not awful. It's just mediocre.
It can be very hard to compare shows that are from other genres and shows that, like, you're comparing a show that I didn't watch to a show that you didn't watch.
Yeah, that's kind of what it's like. I think we're just going to leave that in the mid and call that good. Once again, the other problem is it's on Amazon. There was a dub as far as I could get to it. And Amazon has the worst subtitles.
Oh, yeah? We did mention that earlier.
Yep. So we'll leave it there for now. All right.
All right. Next up is Guilty Gear Strive Dual Rulers.
罪深き生体兵器ギアギアに滅びを
ギアとの聖戦により悲劇の時代は終わりました。
終わっていない。このままでは第二次聖戦が起きる。
君は一体。
我が名はユニカ。世界を救うために来た。
聖戦の英雄カイキスクがギアをめとるとは。
聖戦は終わりました。私たちも変わっていく必要があります。
殺戮兵器だ。何も変わりはしない。
生まれが全てではないでしょう。
強引なアプローチは嫌いじゃないぜ。
何が目的ですか。
ギアとの共存という過ちを正し人類を救う。あらゆるギアを根絶することだ。
暴走狙いか。
母さん。
全国民を敵に回すことになる。
うち結構強いから。
なんでこんなことすんだよ。
そこまでよ。
ここは任せろ。行け、援護する。
ほら、ユニカと話するの諦めないさ。何か理由があると思うんだ。
お前はそれでいい。
おぞましきギアに味方する者を許さない。
ユニカは単独犯ではない。
私たちで黒幕捉えちゃったり。情報を聞き出すまでが任務だから。
救える命も救えねえぞ。
貴様らがギアをかばうなら聖戦は必ず起きるだろう。
聖戦は俺が止める。
Okay, before we dig into this, Yuki, you don't know anything about Guilty Gear and you are not a fan of the franchise, correct?
I only know bits and pieces going into this. I know a little bit about some of the characters from like third-hand information, and I've maybe played one of the games like very, very briefly, like fought a little bit in the first battle. But I'm definitely not up on Guilty Gear lore.
Okay, because I think this is a good breakdown of what this show needs to be done with this one. Why don't you start with Ace as somebody who knows nothing of the series and start this, and I will get the back half of this as somebody who is a fan of the series. That way we can get a good both take on this.
My first impression of this show, I love the concept that they tried to execute on, which was, doing a kind of a feature-length anime in their game's in-house engine to presumably expand on the in-game story. The problems I had with that, one, although it looks very good for what they were doing, when you hold it up to like an actual decently high-end anime, it still looks like some relatively rough CGI. And much more importantly, the show was completely incoherent. It was missing huge swaths of information. It was only 8 episodes. If they'd made it 12, they might have had enough time to actually include, more background and stuff to be able to make things make sense. But one of the most criminal things that they did was have a first episode that had, for the most part, or at least on a number of occasions, a completely different animation style than the rest of the show, and no fighting in an anime that is based off of a fighting game. So, I get that there were a couple of scenes in there that fans were super into because it gave a little peek into some depth and background on a character. Particularly, I know a lot of people were really into one particular scene with Bridget, but there could have been so much more of that in this show if they had given the show time for it and also explained the plot going in. I think that's pretty much wraps it up without me belaboring it.
All right, for those of you who have been fans of the Guilty Gear series, this is Arc Systems' original flagship franchise. This series started on the PlayStation 1. This series is, I was going to say 20, but it might be close to 30 years old at this point. And
once again, making me feel old, Agent.
I know. The Guilty, if you're a fan of this series, if you're doing that and you have kept up on the lore and you know what you're doing, you will probably enjoy this and get a lot of kick out of this. The Guilty Gear Strive on this is currently referencing to the current video game, which is serving as an epilogue to the story that has been told. Not just this anime, but the game Strive itself, and is finishing up and curtailing a lot of questions that the original story left hanging in the air. The biggest ones from this series being Sin. And I'm going to go into a lot of the, I'm not going to into a lot, but I'm going to do kind of go on to the assumption you know what I'm talking about without explaining it, what this series does. If you're always kind of been curious about Sin, if you've been curious about the characters of the Valentines, or I forget the girl you were mentioned before. Bridget, you mentioned before. This does a lot to wrap up. Okay, here they are. Here's what they're doing. Here's kind of how they left off their lives. If you don't have any of that context, background, lore, any of that, do not watch this show. It's not for you. This is the Strive game itself. I haven't looked into it recently, but I only looked at its initial launch, has been dropping DLCs that go into other characters, other lore, other bits, wrapping them up. I don't know why this is, like I said, mostly focused around the character called Sin, who is a major part of the world. I don't know why he got his own anime spinoff, why this wasn't a part of the story to begin with, because it's very much, especially towards the back half of the series, I could feel where, this cuts here and you have a battle. I felt that. I actively felt that in a couple of scenes, especially the last 2 episodes, which would either they were running out of budget or they didn't budget correctly for the 8 episodes they got, or this was an original DLC planned, but it got greenlit as an anime, or this is going to be a DLC later on. There is something going on in the production of this show that has me thoroughly curious as to why this anime was made the way it was.
The pacing was all over the place, for sure.
It's the pacing of a fighting game. If you've played the Guilty Gear fighting games, this is how they're paced. Because for a fighting game story, that isn't too bad. Why is this an anime? What I don't want. A little piece of me doesn't want to throw this into the skip, but it's bottom of the sea, or it's a skip.
Would have made a lot more sense as an anime project for them to go back and start more towards the beginning of the story with more of the original characters, and then work their way through it with additional seasons if they needed to. But clearly, as you said, this was meant to be like a tie-in or a DLC or something with the more recent series, and so this is pretty impenetrable to newcomers.
Oh, the newest series, it's like its story is an epilogue of the original series, which finished, I think, on the PS3 is when the original Guilty Gear story was completed. It's just Arc System has been rolling in the cash from their so many big successes lately. From what is it? They have a Marvel fighting game coming out next, which okay. Capcom, where the hell are you on that? I thought you owned that license.
I know, right?
And Strive has just kind of been a love letter epilogue to those old school fans that have stuck with them throughout the ages, with expanded DLCs, rosters, and rebalancing. And it's, like I said, I gotta throw this in the skip. I have to throw this in the skip because other than like, there is one specific group of people who would watch this. And even as someone who's kind of in that group, I would rather this have been a fighting game DLC, I think. Like this, especially at that end there, that ending, while a satisfactory story to a lot of the things and answering a lot of big questions for especially Sid in this world. No, dear God, no. Like, just no. All right, I think that's my bit. Anything else you'd like to add, Yuki?
No, I think that probably covers it more than enough.
Okay.
Next up, we have Teogonia.
Teogonia. Oh, right. All right, Teogonia. I believe you ended up skipping this one, Yuki?
I watched basically the first episode, but I had a lot on my plate, and something about the specific flavor of fantasy setting I just kind of bounced off of.
Okay, it feels weird because this actually feels like it's so much up your alley. This is I want to say hard fantasy series there is minimal magic, but it comes off as one of those very much of no, like this has to be like you are a monk or select mage or have very specific powers that let you use a very limited magic kind of thing. But overall, this was a well done story about a medieval fantasy world that delves into concepts of racism, politics, corruption within those politics that bring forth the travesties of the racism against each other, while introducing I don't want to say magic, but a ranking god system that empowers leaders for both good and ill.
Let's not gloss over it. They drink each other's souls.
Oh yeah, that is a very much big thing. Which you can only drink the souls of another race, oddly enough, too. Later on, they find out. But very much a war concept of power, of literally feeding off your enemies, praying to your land gods to help strengthen them, which in turns makes your lands better, while other bits of corruption. There is a lot to unpack, and this is a beautifully done fantasy world with a bit darker tones. Like I said, a bit more political upheaval and storytelling. The only thing that really threw me for a hard loop in the show was the protagonist there. Yeah, isekai.
Yeah. Stylistically, by the way, I just want to throw out there, it felt like they were very, very strongly targeting like the Princess Mononoke aesthetic.
Yeah, that classic fantasy world.
Not just in like the outfits and stuff, but the character designs as well.
Yeah, a lot of that, especially with the monkeys or the macaques, I think as they're called in that one. Like I said, the thing that kept throwing me off was the isekai bit, because it really the ending credits make a big deal out of it, but the main character only really kind of realizes he has memories from a past life or another world very sporadically, mostly when he's trying to solve a problem and he's like searching within his own memories of like, how can I fix this? What does this mean? Or how do I solve this? And then, oh, right. If I just energize the cells in the body, that'll heal them. Or, hey, if I vibrate the air molecules around my hand, it'll create a blade. It feels very,
It felt kind of unnecessary to me. Like they could have come up with an in-world solution for them gaining that knowledge. It didn't have to be isekai.
Ass-pulley, that's the word I'm looking for. It's like, oh, I need to solve this. Oh, I have this. I remembered something that lets me fix this problem. It's a lot of the time that's where it comes from. And if the rest of the story wasn't so well done and good, I wouldn't have as much problems with it. But it's every time they bring it up, I'm just kind of like, other than that, I like the characters. I like what they do with the soul juice you cut out from your opponent and drink afterwards. The concept of land gods and having a high priest tethered to that land god that is granted extra power is a very interesting concept. Probably a little bit more Japanese than American, but the fact that they managed to weld it into a Western style fantasy gives a very unique perspective. That being said, I don't see this going much higher than a P tier. I don't see it.
I definitely don't think I could possibly put it higher than the Sword of the Demon Hunter,
that's
for sure.
Kind of where I'm at there. It does enough good, but there's enough problems in it, and the animation is mid at best.
Yeah, that you're not going to get much in the way of Sakuga from these fights, and the enemies are kind of rough around the edges.
Yeah, they do fix it better in the back half of the series, but they were saving their budget for the later half. They wanted to end on a high note, not kick it off with a big battle, even though I think it does kick off with a big battle. But yeah, that's a very mid-ranked. If you want a good fantasy show, it's not, you could do a lot worse. There's a lot worse to go on.
All right. Next up, we have Chicken Stares Into Your Soul. And by that, I mean food for the soul.
Watashi no namae wa Kawai Mako. 今年から一人暮らしを始めた大学1年生。
Cute is literally her last name.
もしかしてまこっち？不思議言葉。食文化研究部へようこそ。日常って呼ぶ ここでみんなと料理したりみんなでご飯食べたりするのかな。美味しいご飯がいっぱい食べれる。うちの店美味しいよ。食べてきなよ。河合さん、また大学で。この部の真の目的、それはこれからみんなで探していくんだぞ。みんなで部室に出発。料理ができるまでウクレレを弾いときます。エナジー充電完了です。まこっちゃんって呼んでいい？もう呼んじゃったけど、私のことはナナって呼んでよ。私に力を貸して、モコ太郎。作っていくモコ。もっとたくさんこのサークルで思い出作りたい。日々は過ぎれど飯うまし。泣いてる。もっと食べていい？
All right. I'm supposing this is another one you gave a pass to.
Yeah.
So we have another cute girls doing cute things show here. This one is much more food-centric than the others. There is a tiny bit of travel involved, but it's more ancillary and kind of like plot device-based. So the animation in this is quite good. Like they clearly put a lot of love into every frame. Like you're not going to get a lot of just like boring character lips flapping. Even when there's conversation happening, the characters are very animated and moving around. That said, this is a food anime. It is a cute girls doing cute things anime. One thing of note is this is all high school, or not high school, these are all college girls. Which is a little bit unusual, but also not super relevant based on the fact that there's not any fan service to speak of in this show. So they didn't really need to make them college students, but they did. Let's see. There's a little bit of a tiny farming element that they sneak in here or there. Kind of like understanding the sourcing of ingredients, I guess. But I would say overall, this is probably somewhere around the same level as Mono. Both shows do a very competent job of being cute girls doing cute things, but neither of them are truly exceptional.
Oh, you want to put this below or above it?
Yeah, I'm kind of debating on that. I feel like it probably goes a little bit below Mono, just because Mono was a little braver with its execution, and definitely it actually had Sakuga scenes in it, where I can't really say that for Food for the Soul.
Okay then. Yeah, honestly, we had quite a few cute girls doing cute things shows this anime and this season. And we do grade on a curve compared to other those, so a few of these might be seeing lower drops or even though the higher quality, but that's what you get when you have high competition. Spread out your genres, anime studios. Like you can't just make the same goddamn thing all the time. But okay.
All right. Next up is the Gorilla God's Go-To Girl.
とにかく目立たないカゴなら何でもいい。ゴリラ？やっぱりこれってゴリラの神のカゴのせいだよね。
ご令嬢どうかされましたか？俺足には自信があります。エディ・フェレス行きます。
王立騎士団からのスカウトが来ています。過去のカゴ者たちも全員騎士団に所属していたようですよ。
王立騎士団は確かにすごい名誉職だけども、女性騎士なんて聞いたこともないし、そもそも私は昨日ゴリラになったばかりの非戦闘員だし、騎士団に入っちゃったらもう穏便な生活なんてレベルの話じゃない。こんな調子で騎士団と学校の両立なんてやっていけるのかしら。テレビアニメ「ゴリラの神から加護された令嬢」は王立騎士団で可愛がられる。
So I'm assuming we kind of both watched this one, right?
Yeah, I caught this one as well. Although I was struggling at the mid points on this one.
Fair enough. I'll let you lead with your take on it.
A non isekai. I don't want to say quite. It's definitely a fantasy, but it's post-Renaissance fantasy, dipping its toes into modern day style. This does a lot of interesting things with the characters and stories. Having each character have a unique power or ability, depending on what their blessing is, happens to be a good mystery in the show. It leaves you to kind of understanding of, oh, I wonder what this guy is, what this guy is. The maid girl obviously has the blessing of the gorilla, but instead of having like an ability or something like that, she just happens to have all the physical strength of a silverback gorilla in a high school girl who doesn't want to stand out, doesn't want to be popular, doesn't want to do anything, and just wants to be average, but still likes boys.
She pulled the SSR card, by the way. Like, that was the ultra rare pull.
Yeah, and I would say I love the comedy in it. I love some of the stories it was telling. I love exploring the world. Its weak part for me happened to be its romance. It kind of leaned into about midpoint in the series, like I said, where I was struggling, and how much of those mid episodes revolved around that.
It definitely was a strong reverse harem component to it.
Yeah. The friendship side, a lot of the like I said, it's a lot of the lot of the guys around her just happen to be like really good friends. A lot of the girls, I was gonna say stuck up bitches, but no, we get some of those later on. More, I want to say, where they were just kind of antagonistic high school girls of "I'm better than you," bit kind of tropey. I'm a neurodivergent boy that didn't like high school, so I have a hard time relating to what a high school girl was like or went through.
I would say, like, although this was kind of a fun ride, there were definitely things that bothered me about, like, the world building and stuff like that. Like, as you alluded to, the tech level didn't feel like correct for a fantasy setting or very consistent. Like, there's a musketeers unit, but like somehow the fact that people have special abilities still supersedes the fact that guns are a thing. And explosives.
To be fair, the musketeers were all flyers, I believe, too. So it's one of those, like I said, it's a late Renaissance kind of thing of, hey, guns are good, not the best, but very good. Think of
it was actually not quite that. Like, it was the weaponry level that they had was like post-industrial revolution. They had like revolvers and stuff. It wasn't like actual muskets, which again, it just felt weird. Like they were still doing like horse-drawn carriages. There weren't any motor vehicles or like trains, but like the clothing was too advanced, and like the guns felt out of place and didn't really feel like their impact on the world was properly considered.
It tried to do too much world building while not having a world that was consistent enough to feel real.
Yeah. And then the other thing that really kind of bugged me, besides the show's like overall animation quality and stuff, was the fact that near the end of the show, without going into too much spoilers, we kind of find out that all the main characters are sort of low-key the bad guys, but they never really go into that or address it much.
Yeah, there is a villain that kind of pops up towards the end who other than his creepy stalkerness, feels very justified in much of his goals.
Yeah, and like again, like there's all these, like he's not alone. He has forces, and those forces feel like they should be more effective than they are, given the technology that they have access to.
Yeah, I don't want to throw this one to skip. This feels like a trash show to me.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Like it's still a fun ride, but it's not good.
Yeah, I would say
Like if you think about it too hard, it falls apart.
Yeah, I would say I like it better than the Brilliant Healer, but less than the beginning after the end.
I would say the Brilliant Healer is better animated,
Yeah.
but it was still probably more enjoyable than the Brilliant Healer.
Yeah. Okay, then. What do we got next?
Next up, we have Meibashi Witches.
心の奥にあるあなたのお花咲かせる場所。
さあ願ってお店をオープンしたい、魔女になりたいって。
先に説明してあげたらここのこと。
それもそっか。
And we have a Carol
人
equivalent.
の願いを叶えるのが魔女の仕事。
君らは心の奥にある彼女のお花咲かせる必要がある。
魔法すごくない？体が勝手に動いたよ。
ああ、歌は君らから魔力を効率よく引き出す呪文みたいなもんだからね。
うちら魔女になる修行中で。
修行内容はここで店を開き、悩める人たちの願いを叶えること。
願いって何叶えるの？
君らのお店なんだから君らで考えなよ。
魔女になれたらどこでも魔法が使える。
魔女ってエモエモだね。あんたなんで魔女になりたいの？魔法で叶えたいこととかないの？チョコはね、大きなお城に住んでチョコチョコランドを作ること。
人の役に立ちたいから。
私も早く願いを叶えたいんだよね。まずは本気で魔女になりたいの。大人になる前にできるだけ若いうちに。魔女になってしたいことないんだ。ハッピーならオッケーっていうか。あんたマイベストエモエモな人生一の写真撮りたいっていうか。黙って。アズの可愛いはアズが決めるから。私長いものに巻かれろタイプなの。
お嬢様でも天才でもない、普通だから。
夢が見れるって素敵だよ。それハピハピチョコちゃんだよ。前橋ウィッチーズはあ。
なあ、友達になる必要ないから。
だってうちらたった5人しかいないんだから。何？この店でまともならアズだけってこと？
魔女ガチャ失敗かな。
もういいや、分かり合いなさすぎ。
ステージに立ったら気持ちを一つにしないと。魔法って結構繊細なのよ。
どうしよう、うちら最強すぎない？
お客さんの心にお花咲かせておいで。
じゃあ今から頑張れって気持ち込めて歌います。
学歴とか女らしさとか男らしさとか、
君みたいな子がたくさんいる世界ならいいのにね。舞がこんなおしゃれで良きな店でバイトしてるとか意外。なりたい自分になるのって難しいんだね。こんなこと誰にも話せなくて。みんなとならマイベストエモエモ写真撮れる気がする。心の花が咲きますように。
All right. I think you watched more of this than I did, but I'll start with my little piece on this, having watched only the first episode for context, and admittedly not being a fan of the idol genre, this show was absolute garbage. Please don't watch it. Frankly, there are more interesting and sometimes even better produced stuff being made by a lot of the major VTubers out there than what you're going to get in this show. And everything about it felt forced and contrived. And from what I understand, it comes from a pretty good pedigree. It's, I guess, a spin-off of like Love Live. And based on that, that only makes the show more terrible. But I'll turn it over to you from there, Agent.
I watched this show on fast forward, to be fair, so I probably missed some of the nuances that might have been in this. This is an idol show. This is an idol show about witches who try to help people's problems through a song, a dance, and some other life interesting things while we go through each individual girl's own problems and own concepts. I'm going to list off the one major problem I had with the first one we go through. The rude, obnoxious, snooty girl. She happens to want to do all of this because all the girls want to do this to get witches' powers to do something. So she doesn't look fat anymore. And by fat, I mean she looks like she's 90 pounds instead of the 70 pounds maybe a high school or middle school Japanese girl average weight should be. Maybe I don't know too much. It's when they show her fat form, it's, oh hey, she's a little chubby. The main thought everyone goes up there, it's her, man, did you see how thick her thighs are?
I'm not going to lie. I feel like there's almost a culturally enforced eating disorder prevalence in Japan.
It's, yeah, Americans, I didn't realize we're a bunch of fucking fat asses. I very much realize I am overweight and need to get that down. There is some differences between a little chubby and fat. The rest of this show, it's the first thought that comes to my mind is I'm reminded of Magical Do-Re-Mi, and if you've ever seen that series to the end, you'll realize why I am fucking infuriated by the thoughts that brings up. I didn't like any of the girls. They're all incredibly one-note, contrived, and irritating. The problems they solve are meh at best. If they did solve, if that feels like too nice of a word, it's there were some shows that made me angrier this season. This is the lowest quality show of the entire season, hands down. Do not watch, skip. The only thing this show made me do is it irritated me. This show irritated me, and that was it. Moving on.
Very interesting to find that I'm not the only one who feels that way, especially given that, this is coming from someone who's at least a casual enjoyer of the idol genre.
There have been idol shows I liked. This is not. No. What we got next?
Next up is Compass 2.0 Animation Project.
ここは戦闘設備解析システムコンパス 2.0 の世界幾多の世界からヒーローと呼ばれる者たちが集まり人間のパートナーと共に快適な時を過ごしています本日のコンパスニュースみんなありがとう一緒に楽しんでる最高物最高
マルゲリータだっちゃい
逃がさないよニコニコキル大成功勝負だ
得意点との接続完了
私が守り抜いてみせます決着をつけるわ
望むところだまた切り捨ててやろうか精霊たちに聞いてみるこの程度で絶望するわけない私が死にに行くお力になれましたらと思ったまでです
次は勝ちましょう無理の無理難題です
シェリーパイ
あれぐらみよここで一句
バトルから逃げることは許さん
Holy mother of By the Banner fucking previews.
Sorry, I couldn't make that out.
バグボールが侵入彼らの目的はメインシステム
I was saying that was just a banner preview.
あなたのその力はパートナーを組むことで解放されます
一緒に戦いましょう
ヒーロー見参相棒ついてこいよ
やっと会えた
My apologies, I see my mic is picking up some of the fireworks that are going off outside my window.
I think every
Someone
streamer
missed the
has
memo
that
that
problem.
4th of July was yesterday.
俺たちを楽しませてみろ
ジャスティスタイム最高のパートナーでありますサポーターありがとうございます当たり前でしょパートナーなんだから
パートナーにならね
見させてもらおうか
さて任せろチンこれでしまいだ
Okay, Yuki, let me ask you, how much of this did you watch?
I watched episode 1 and it was terrible. It answered the question, what if Reboot was terrible?
Okay. So would you like me to handle this one, or would you like to weigh in before I go into stuff?
I'll give my impressions, I suppose. This show definitely wanted to be like a Sakuga spectacle thing, but it failed in that entirely. The fighting, there was like no combat choreography to it. Yeah, you can rotate the camera all you want, but that isn't Sakuga in and of itself. If it doesn't look nice when you're doing it and it doesn't achieve any kind of goal or tie into the action, then you failed. The world building, story, all just awful. And the entire concept just, of course we have a bot.
Yeah, I'm dealing with it on my side. Give me a second. Finish up your thoughts.
The entire concept was just very hard to accept, and worse yet, like, even the characters living in this world didn't seem to buy into the importance of the events going on. Like, the world was under attack, they were at threat of being completely annihilated, and they went on with their idol show, and all the people at the concert just ignored everything that was going on in the sky above them.
Okay, I'm going to completely agree with everything Yuki said. Now there's going to be the one other comment I want to make on the show. When I first saw this felt like, oh, this is a tie-in promotional show for an online gacha game somewhere, which I don't remember being able to find, so I don't think it is. That being said, once you get to the back half of the series and they're done introducing all of these characters, concepts, and side bits, the story kicks in. And I'm going to go into some spoilers here because I could not believe what the fuck the back half of this show was. So the world of Compass is a sub universe plot. I'm not. It's a sub universe that heroes from other worlds are invited to relax, compete, and have a second home in and their own free time as they've earned the rights to. Now to go.
So what you're saying is it's a horrible version of Fate Stay Night.
Well, it's Fate Stay Night with a gacha game built into the world itself, because Compass itself is in fact a gacha game in the pseudo real world of normal humans that team up with the heroes that come to Compass to do battles for fun that perpetuates energy that helps support the system, which has to be defended against, I think it was Bug Doll.
Bug Dolls, yes.
Yes, who is the combat to the not Hatsune Miku robot. Which
I will say the cute robot was probably the best selling point of the show.
It's just a not Hatsune Miku, which was okay. That's a very interesting concept for a world. Do the heroes know that these buddies they're coming in are like people from other worlds? Yes, kind of. They think they're just like cool spirits or fairies that kind of help power them up in their fun duels and occasionally help them defend the world, this, sub-world against other invaders. The plot kicks in when when you figure out who our two main protagonists are, which is explained in the back half of the series. I think the last couple episodes, the main person, 13, the goth emo looking motherfucker, is Death. as in the literal Grim Reaper.
Shocking no one. Having only seen the first episode, I saw that coming a mile away.
Yeah, but like the fallen angel of death himself. And the reason he's currently in there is he's banished from heaven because on one of his missions, as he was claiming the souls of somebody, he is the character's brother was there. It's like, no, take my soul instead, leave my brother, and decided to break it for that. The brother that was saved turns out to find him in Compass and team up. But the biggest problem is the brother that died was the person who made Compass in the first place somehow to bring multiple worlds together, and has just let the AI run rampant and make it into a gotcha game. Which is what the final boss is. The AI runs rampant because it's trying to make the perfect gotcha game.
This is the actual plot to an actual show.
And it's... honestly, the sheer balls and concept of the story kind of had me going for just how obscene it was. But unfortunately, it's tries to cram a gotcha level amount. Like, once again, if this is an actual gotcha game, I don't think it's available where we live. Like, this is a China or Korea or Japan exclusive game that I could not find if it was. And I just kept going. I don't know why I continued with the damn thing, but this gets dropped on you at like episode 6 or 7 or 8, like the very, very back half of the series. And it's just like, what? That being said,
I would give this one a solid skip, personally.
Yeah, I think it's just because of how it's going above witches. That is the bottom of our fucking show this season. I
would say Guilty Gear is definitely better than it, though.
For animation quality alone, yeah, this was once again, I was kind of watching this on fast forward because I had spare time, and I don't know, I can watch schlock like this fairly easily, and there wasn't enough plot going on in the early episodes. And then I started paying more attention towards the back half because, wait, that was weird. What the hell just happened? Oh my fucking God, kind of moments there. All right, that's my piece.
All right, well, moving on. Next up, we have an affront to classical music, Classic Stars.
この学園でもう一度やり直すチャンスが。音楽も文化
What the hell is a CD being? What's that voice actor?
初対面の人間に対してぶしつけかつ失礼
Yeah, it's like something voice, I don't know.
僕も自分の願いを叶えるため示さなきゃいけないんだ。
Character voice, maybe?
I can see that. You know, I've done
this should not exist. Please do not support this show.
I could go into another rant about crazy plots and stuff on this one. This is if you had told me the four main characters of this are a boy band in Japan currently that's trying to get promotional stuff, and this was a series based around the production studios, recording studios, and animation studios who are all wanting to come together to do stuff, I could believe you. I don't like the characters. The plot is not going to go into that. The music videos we get out of this pretty much, and songs are okay.
Unless you're an actual fan of classical music, in which case they deserve to be nuked from orbit.
Were they using classical music in this one? Is that what they were trying to do?
Well, I mean, the characters are literally named things like Mozart.
Honestly, I have seen several shows trying to use those names for other things.
Yeah,
this is probably the
they
worst.
did a very bad job of it, but it was supposed to be like classical music based.
Well, no, it's. Are you familiar with the plot of Metal Gear Solid?
Not really. I've not actually played any of the Metal Gear Solid games.
All right, so what the main cast of this series is supposed to be genetically altered super singers using the DNA of classical composers to enhance their talents.
Yes.
That's about as far as the plot I want to go. So they are genome singers, I want to say. If anyone wants to get the Metal Gear Solid reference, I like Compass 2.0 better than this show. Going there. Unless Yuki would like to argue for it.
Absolutely not.
Yep, no, that's going there.
In a fire.
Do not watch this show. The point I was going to bring up, it's I don't think I've seen a show use classical artists like Mozart, Beethoven, and all of them and be good.
It's just kind of like name dropping that they do.
Well, they have the DNA of those ancient singers to reinforce their own skills and talent. I don't.
But they weren't singers.
I know.
They were composers.
Yeah. Fuck the.
They didn't even really play their own music. They just wrote it.
All right. I think I have some stuff I would like to go off and talk better about later on. So let's save some of the energy
it's
for
not
that.
worth belaboring this dumpster fire. All right. Next up, we have the unaware Atelier Meister.
Oh, speaking of rage.
Atelier Meister.
仕事を探してます。戦闘系の適性全部才能なし。こんな頼りなさそうな子じゃなくて、もっと屈強なドワーフとか雇いたいんだけど。
臨時職員だ。
任せてください。
セメントを作って。はい。募集しろ。
はい。できました。できた？これでこの辺りの岩は調べ尽くしましたね。
たった3時間で。
はい。わけがわからん。僕また何かしちゃったのかな。あいつは自分の実力を自覚してないどころか低く見積もりすぎている。
クルト様にとって私はただの一人の女性。これを作った人教えて。
クルト君、あなたは一体。よし頑張るぞ。二人同じテントで寝るんですか？
すべてはクルト様という方のおかげです。
マジか。これは力のない僕が英雄のパーティーを首に。
By the way, like all the fan service that's in this show was in this trailer.
よくある物語で。
Yeah, pretty much.
これは。
Which is a weird choice, frankly.
作っておきました。クルト、家が一晩で建つことについてどう思う？うちの田舎ではよくあることでしたから、普通のことじゃないんですか
？Okay, Yuki, do you have stuff you would like to say about this, or can I just go off on my short little rant really quick?
I'll let you go off on your rant first.
This show has one major gag. The main character can't do any kind of combat, but is incredible at all the mundane production stuff you would normally see in a day-to-day lives, but doesn't realize this, and everybody keeps this from him. And this is the main joke of the entire series. The main character is a milk-sop, apologetic moron who just thinks everything he does is normal and never learns or realizes his own worth while begrudging how worthless he is the entire time, and surprising everyone around him. Okay, Yuki, before I explode, please go ahead.
I think Agent's a little harsher on this one than I am. Like, it's definitely not a good show. I'm not going to argue that it has, like, redeeming qualities, but I think it's pretty on par with our average fantasy trash slop. This isn't even really quite fast food so much as it is an easily digestible gruel. My opinion is it belongs near the bottom of the trash list, personally. It has all the hallmarks of trash. It's just, it's not particularly good, but if you can get past that central premise that Agent was talking about, it is the sort of turn your brain off and it is fine series.
Sorry, Roomba kicked on and I was kind of surprised. Why is that on? That shouldn't be on right now. I'm also not.
The AI is rebelling. The singularity has come.
We can only hope. Did I put this somewhere already, or?
I can't imagine you did.
Where Altier? Am I just not seeing? Oh, there it is. It's this thing. All right, go. You were saying?
Personally, I'd put it near the bottom of the trash, but I can't really fight against it too much if you want to give it a skip.
It's not offensive enough. This is very, very basic show. And very
very run of the mill.
Yeah. All right, go back to Doc Roomba. All right. Sorry, I just heard noise and it really surprised me.
Just a second. Okay, there we go. So, not sure if we want to watch the trailer even for this next one, because we kind of wrote it off the list. This was Moonrise. That was like a full season drop on Netflix.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Netflix jail is a category that we have kind of passed over a lot just because of how it relates to a lot of seasonal anime, and full drops like that we do also skip just because we are trying to keep up with the current watching season. And while that is technically in that a full series drop like that, regardless of good or bad quality, does go against our criteria, and I do want to exclude those.
Yep. All right, so moving along then, we have The Two Perfect Saint, tossed aside by my fiancé and sold to another kingdom.
Light novel title? I've ever heard one.
Also, my apologies that so many of the trailers this season did not have subtitles on them.
That's kind of been par for the course, so unfortunately.
絶対次のお休みで一緒に買い物に行こうね、姉さ
ん。よろしくな、聖女フィリア殿。聖女様をエスコートする栄誉を賜れるとは光栄だ。
I will give this show points for not using CGI horses.
あなたの働きは聞いています。
Yeah.
やはりこの国にお呼びしようと提案したのは正解でした。
フィリア様、お掃除終わりました。今日もいいお天気ですね。レオナルドさんも腕の振るいがいがありますよね。
私たちはフィリア様の生活全般のお世話を仰せつかっていますので、フィリア様、馬車の用意ができましたぞ。
決まり、お約束通り参上いたしました。フィリア様、遠慮なくこの私に命じてください。必ずやご期待に添えましょう。
完璧すぎると人間味っていうか可愛げがないよな。聖女なんて祈ってりゃいいんだから能力なんて関係ないし。フィリア殿、あなたについて教えてくれ。
聖女としてではなく、フィリア・アデナウはあなたのことが知りたい。
フィリア様は私たちの大切な人なんだって早く気づいてほしいですね。
こうして故郷に売られた少女フィリアのパルナコルタの聖女としての生活が始まったのでした。
完璧すぎて可愛げがないと婚約破棄された聖女は隣国に売られる。
Alright, did you have any thoughts on this one, Agent?
The quality on this one surprised the ever-living shit out of me, honestly. The production, storytelling, and a lot of this was a lot stronger than I originally thought it was going to be.
Yeah, I mean, it actually had, like, a story and, characters that had thoughts and feelings. That's above par in some ways. Probably its biggest weakness was the villain Prince character and just how tropey he was and how they tried way too hard to make him villainous. There was really no room left for subtlety there. I mean, ultimately though, I feel like this is just fantasy trash. It's not amazing. The production values and stuff could have been a lot worse, but they certainly weren't in any way spectacular or even above average.
No, I think the biggest thing I liked about this was it was just a nice calming story, and it might just have been hitting me at the right time too, is why the reason I kind of enjoyed it so much.
Yeah, I understand what you mean. Like, I weirdly found myself looking forward to watching the show to some extent, but not like active excitement. Just like, oh, hey, this is a thing that won't make me sad, comparatively speaking.
Yeah, that might have just been from this season or other life stuff going on for me, but it was nice to get a little bit of just a happy upturn show, which it did have some darker concepts to it, but overall, it's like I enjoy it. A little piece of me wants to keep out of the trash, but like trying to think about it objectively, it was very trash.
Yeah.
A lot of tropes, a lot of basic concepts. The main villain was just, I want to say unrealistic Nepo baby incompetence, but the world keeps proving me wrong.
Well, here's the thing that really bothered me about that character. They actively said he was a wonder child or whatever a bunch of times. Like, this guy was supposed to be a certifiable genius, and his whole deal is that he has an inferiority complex over other people being in some way better than him, despite him being supposedly a genius. And that fuels him to make the dumbest decisions that do not fit with anyone who should be classified as a well-educated genius by any means. And on top of that, he's easily manipulated.
Yeah, it's the villain is the weakest part about this. The main character, while initially kind of lifeless, does grow on you quite a bit as the series progresses, as she kind of comes out of her shell. There, like I said, there is a lot of characters I enjoyed and liked, but yeah, the plot and the story and the villains on this show were...
I think one of the things that probably appealed to us is that the main character is very neurospicy coded.
Yeah. Yeah, but trash, a very enjoyable trash, but trash nonetheless. Probably.
I would probably put it at the top of the trash bin.
Yeah,
looking at what we're comparing it to.
I the beginning after the end has some points for me for I know what goes on later in the story, but yeah, it's especially as it's a completed story. Once again, very enjoyable.
Yeah, when we're judging in the vacuum of what's available for the series that's aired this season. All right. I think moving along, we have Shirohyu reincarnated as a neglected noble.
何この可愛い生き物。
例のこと浮いてっちゃメーでしょ。
やだー、私の弟だった。実は私には前世の記憶がある。今日も見事な白豚ですね。ダイエット頑張らなきゃ。え？もちもちも。レグルス君、私の弟。私はお兄ちゃんなのだ。弟の面倒をしっかり見てあげないと。料理も裁縫も楽しい。前世の自分の趣味だったから。よし、頑張るか。何よりレグルス君のため。あ、欲しい。
おいち
ありがとう。
どういたしまして。
The spin-offs?
So, I was happy forgetting that this series existed. I only watched the first episode. I'm supposing you watched more of it on your
I got
end?
a good chunk of it on speed up once again. The one thing I would like to say about this show, this is a young child show. This is not made for adults, teenagers. This is made from ages 4 to 7, 9, maybe. This is a little kid show. Every episode starts with a make sure the room is well lit and you don't sit too close to the TV warning. And from that lens, I don't think it's unserviceable as a show. It's not great on every other concept. This is the once again, this is a 5-year-old's isekai. I don't have much better way.
Yeah, the production values, I have to say, were pretty dismal. From what I watched of it.
It looks pretty, but that's because they don't want to move any of the characters around.
Pretty much. And the backgrounds not only are very static, but they're very clearly like CG generated. The other major complaint I have about this show is the sheer level of fat phobia that this show embraces, to the extent that they literally show the main character's reflection as being an actual pig in the opening, and at one point, at least from what I saw, made reference to him being like cooked and roasted as like a suckling pig.
Yeah, the pig references for him being fat are everywhere. The only thing I don't have a problem with on that, as much as I did from the other shows, is that definitely does feel like a very overweight 7-year-old.
He does, yes, but at the same time, it's deep into the realm of fat shaming, and I feel like, especially with it being targeted at young children, that could be very harmful. Especially like going back to what we were talking about before about how like there's almost culturally enforced eating disorders in Japan, and this sort of thing just plays right into that. Yeah, that's my take, at least. Personally, I definitely give this show a hard skip, but I'll defer to you, having seen more of it.
I would say definitely a skip for an isekai, especially a child. I like I said, I hope. I'm not entirely sure, but all the feelings I get said this is aimed at young children. Not very good either. Like I keep up with some child content. This is not good child content. I don't know if I want to put this below or above Classic Stars, though, is the thing. The only question I have there.
It's also certainly not educational. I feel like it didn't cause me as much emotional distress as Classic Stars. If that helps.
Yeah, that's kind of the old point, because it's like I just Classic Stars, I didn't enjoy watching. This had some moments I thought were fun. But yeah, there we go on that. All right. We are towards the halfway point at the very least. So what do we have next?
Next up is an Adult Swim original from this season, Lazarus. And for those not familiar, this comes from a lot of the same people as Cowboy Bebop, which we'll explore a little bit later.
About 4 years ago, a man named Dr. Skinner developed a miracle painkiller known as Hopna.
As a matter of fact, I did not develop Hopna to act as a mere painkiller.
And as it turned out, Hopna was a grand trap that he set upon us all.
3 years after ingestion, Hopna will mutate, killing all those who have taken it. But you should all know that I currently have the cure. You have 30 days. So unless you find me within that time, hope will be lost forever.
Yo, Skinner. You see me in there? Remember this face. I'm coming after you. Your ass is mine.
Who the hell are those people?
We call ourselves Lazarus.
It's go time!
We're here to save the world.
So basically, we're superheroes.
I found Dr. Skinner. It looks like there are thousands of him.
I swear Skinner is the devil incarnate.
And I suppose that makes us the angels that are gonna kick his ass back to hell.
Do I have clearance to use an assault rifle?
You're authorized to use anything.
Are you actually enjoying this?
It's that obvious.
DEA, FBI!
Lazarus! What's Lazarus? We're superheroes.
He's totally out of his mind.
From anime legend Shinichiro Watanabe, Lazarus premieres April 5th at midnight in Toonami, next day on Max.
Did you end up catching any of this one, Agent?
I forgot about it. I actively forgot about it on Max.
It was, to be fair, the only new anime on Max this season. I did manage to catch all of this one, so I can cover it. Going back to what I said before, this is, as they said, from Shinichiro Watanabe, and it definitely has a lot of that Cowboy Bebop DNA to it. It definitely has a lot of those kind of style of fight scenes or action sequences. This one, the main character is like very parkour oriented. So there's a lot of
parkour. I remember the first 3 episodes. Yeah, they really went crazy with that.
Oh yeah, and it's pretty competently executed. I will also say that like it has a pretty good well, it touches on a lot of politics and stuff, and it does it in a decently coherent way. And it also touches on some like queer and LGBTQ kind of characters and concepts. And I think it does those pretty decently and respectably, although it is a little depressing to find out that some of these issues still exist in 2052. But hey, we're on track for that, unfortunately, I think, at the moment. That said...
Hey, at least by that era, a lot of the biggest problems, people should be dead.
Yeah. So this takes place on Earth in 2052 when like the last of the polar ice caps are melting and the world is like really falling apart. And I really don't want to spoil too much of the plot or anything, but I'll say that Cowboy Bebop was something very special in that it was a meeting of multiple incredible creative talents, and this, while good and solid and competent, was not quite that. It didn't reach that same masterpiece level as Cowboy Bebop did, both because it doesn't have the benefit of being like kind of one of the penultimate shows that happened in like the pre-digital era, and also because it just doesn't have like that same amazing music composition and everything that we saw in Cowboy Bebop, even though it has kind of like a pale imitation of that. So I really can't put it in like S tier. It would have been awesome to be able to, but I really think this is more of like a solidly A tier show.
All right, I could definitely get that. It's the ending on this one was the part I would say was going to be clinching it. Does this end, or is this going on for another season?
No, this does in fact end. At least the active plot got wrapped up. There is kind of a lead-in where hypothetically they could continue it in like the way that the Avengers movies always have like a lead-in. But the plot as it was given to us in the trailer does get fully wrapped up.
All right, then. Where would you put this then? Because I do have that ending, unfortunately, is where I thought the clincher for this one was going to be, and I do not know where it competes against the other A tier.
Sorry, I can't remember what show we had at the top of A there because it's all
Apocalypse Hotel.
Apocalypse Hotel. I think this one will have more. It will be remembered by more people because it aired on Adult Swim and because it has more cultural accessibility and push to it. But I think Apocalypse Hotel was ultimately a slightly better show, so it's kind of a toss-up. They're roughly equal.
Okay. The only problem I saw with this one is there's nothing that's like, yeah, great pedigree, good everything it does. It feels like it's treading some old ground, so it didn't feel like it stood out too much to me.
Yeah, it parts like it almost in some ways feels like a hollow imitation of Cowboy Bebop.
Okay,
which is unfortunate. But
Yep.
if I don't look at it through that lens, then it's a solid show.
All right, what do we have next then?
Next up is Rock is a Lady's Modesty. And this means that we're getting towards the spicier section of our shows here.
この学園におけるレディとは犠牲と奉仕の精神を持ち一族の繁栄を支え格式こそを重んじる大和なでしこのこと。
私はお嬢様になるためにギターを捨てた。それに何一つの未練もない。だからあれは間違いだ。さあ一緒に交わりましょう。今の私にはこんなもの必要ない。もっと燃やせよ。落ちるドバドバ。私は絶対に認めない。ではごきげんよう。
Yeah.
All right. Did you end up watching any of this one, Agent?
Unfortunately, no. Although not for lack of wanting to, I just did not have the time or drive to eventually get to this one, unfortunately.
Gotcha. This was one of the High Dive shows this season. And this season was kind of weird because the High Dive shows went for more censorship, which is usually very counterintuitive to their platform, whereas the shows coming out of Crunchyroll, weirdly enough, were more uncensored this season. I don't understand how this happened or why, but it felt very backwards. This show was definitely decent and fun. The band performance portions kind of felt like they were being done by like full body tracking VTubers or something. So it's not the best looking CG ever, but it's very serviceable for what they were trying to do, which is put more of an emphasis on capturing the intricacies of the mechanics of the performance and really matching those to the music, rather than worrying about visual fidelity. But one nice thing that they did do is it felt like the faces were, as far as I could tell, possibly hand animated, rather than relying on the faces also being CGI. And that made for a more compelling visual element when it came to expressing emotions and things like that. It is kind of a complaint of mine that they put in the censorship that they did. It really felt like this show was supposed to have more of an element of like sex to it to go with the rock and roll than it ended up having. And I feel like the show ultimately kind of suffered for that a little bit. But it wasn't really something that came up too often, so it's not super ultra noticeable, especially if you weren't like aware of what was happening in the manga. I didn't read the manga of this, by the way. This is just like I saw the relevant panels come up as part of like the meta discussion around this show on the internet. Ultimately, I would say this was a pretty solid like B tier show. We don't see a lot of shows of this type. Certainly not based around like rock and roll. I would put it maybe just below the Demon Hunter show there. Yeah, it's that said, it is like Yuri bait. These are high school girls. So what little fan service it does have, if that fan service and light BDSM themes it does have, happening between high school girls is bothersome to you, you might want to give this one a wide berth. With that, I'm going to propose that we maybe go ahead and take a 5-minute break here, because we have been going for a while and I could use a trip to the restroom and some more water.
Yep, not a problem, everybody. We will be taking a short break and be right back with how do you think we should start our adult section only after this for the warning, or do you think we do have a few minor ones that aren't?
Yeah, we still have a couple that are more of like light etchy. So we're not quite in like full adults only yet.
All right, everyone. We'll take a short break and be right back. right, I'm back on screen. Welcome back, everybody. Short break. Hopefully you all re-energize, use your bathrooms, grab some more water. I mean, I stretched and I got, I basically like, oh wow, I'm more tired than I thought. But all right, I believe we have our next trailer ready to go, Yuki.
Yes, we do. Next up, we have Catch Me at the Ballpark.
ビールいかがですか？
社畜の道まっしぐらの俺、村田は逃げ込むように訪れる場所がある。球場だ。
ちょっとお兄さん。
はい。
さっきからビールいかがですかって言ってんじゃん。売り子ってさ、装備がマジやばいんだよね。
可愛いだけじゃダメなんて奥が深いんですね。
ビールって注ぎ方ですっごい味変わるじゃん。はい、700円。
$7 beer at a ballpark. I have no idea how pricey that is.
またね、常連さん。
I would say that's probably, I don't know. That seems like what you would have paid here 20 years ago. I imagine it could be much more these days.
Yeah. Oh, nice little short trailer. Did you happen to watch this? What do you? I know you tend to bounce off sports anime pretty heavily.
I did end up watching this one because sports was more kind of a skin for it, I would say.
Yep.
It wasn't very focused on the sport itself.
No, this is a workplace skit comedy set at a ballpark, which, I could really appreciate a good workplace comedy like this. Not only showing you what everything takes to do or how the employees work all together, but that I don't quite want to say sick. It's a sitcom. It's a sitcom comedy, and I'm all kind of here for that.
Yeah, it also had a little bit of like a we have Nagatoro at home element to it with the at least initial main characters. But the show branches off quite a bit. Like, you never know who's going to be the main character of any given episode.
Well, I mean, they generally tell you what it's going to focus on. And once you've got into the series, you can kind of get a feel for it. But this was nice, relaxing. Each episode is broken up into 3 distinct episodes, kind of mini episodes, 10 minutes, closer to what you would find on a Cartoon Network kind of reel at the moment. And it was just nice little sketches every time. It's like, oh, this is how this goes. This is how they feel. This is what the season changeover is, or the new season starts, or how people feel going here, what the fans can be like. By the end of it, you got a really good feel for the stadium, and it felt like a place you could visit and you kind of wanted to cheer for.
Not only that, but they managed to have, over time, some interconnectedness. Like, the skits weren't entirely self-contained. They were all kind of building towards things and, like, advancing the world of the stadium.
Yep, that's kind of where I said the sitcom aspect kind of comes in. You do feel the story progress. You do feel like everybody come together. And by the end of it, this does feel like a fully fleshed out area. And I really did enjoy that. Like, if you want to get someone invested in the world, get with the good jokes and the good gags, and like what a proper sitcom should, you should feel like this could be a place to go. It should feel like the Cheers bar, like the cafe from Friends, the Jerry's house in Seinfeld. It's that level of place of getting to see people, getting to know people, and having your crew, cast, or whatever it is, be there. And
yeah, while the show definitely wasn't, high budget, this wasn't visually spectacular by any means. the interactions of the characters were cute and it was endearing, and I found myself enjoying it pretty consistently throughout.
Yep. The rest of this would be us.
So I'd say this is easily like high C, low B territory.
I would put this in mid B. Honestly, that might be my bias on that for old sitcoms. Not seeing any in a while, but
I feel like a lot of the shows above it in B are objectively higher quality, but
yeah, I could definitely see that. Would you say above or below Mono?
I would say probably below it because, like, it definitely just it suffered from its animation budget for sure.
Yep,
That was probably its biggest shortfall.
Yep, and that's the part I generally pay the least attention to for especially shows like this. So I could definitely see where you're coming from on that, and I will defer to you.
All right. Next up, we have Summer Pockets. For those who know of it and may be familiar, this is from the creator of Kanon.
Clannad?
Sorry, yeah, Clannad. Kanon was around the same time, but not nearly as emotionally devastating. And it's very much structured like a visual novel, with multiple routes through it.
鳥、あの時海の上を2羽の鳥が飛んでいたの。私のお願い聞いてくれないかな。当ててあげようか。冒険行こう。こっちだよ。とにかく私が寝てても放っておいて。うるさい。とにかくこれには触んな。あんたっていいやつなんだなって。探し物です。それとやりたいことを探しています。眩しさだけは忘れなかった。あなたは何しに来たの？こんな島に。
Did you end up watching any of this, Agent?
No, I saw the pedigree. I watched the trailer, and I immediately go, yeah, I'm not going to put myself through this. I could not emotionally handle any of that at the moment.
Fair enough. This was not nearly as emotionally devastating as Clannad was, but it definitely still had its moments. You could count on every third or fourth episode to really give you an emotional sucker punch. This show, interestingly, I wasn't sure at first if this was a real place that they were kind of low-key trying to promote with the show or not. And I learned, because it is a location that they also visit in Zatsutabi, that it is in fact a real place. And based on the fact that they were basically trying to promote it with the other show as well, clearly they are trying to promote this island for some tourism. That said, this is basically 4-ish different self-contained stories that each take a different route, visual novel or Japanese dating sim style, through the the time branch, depending on small, butterfly effect kind of decisions that the main protagonist makes that end up changing who he ends up developing his relationships with. Definitely, this is a show that has a lot of sadness to it. It can be cute. It does have a little bit of like an ecchi element to it where there is a little bit of fan service here and there. Each of the girls certainly feels unique, which is nice. But ultimately, this is nowhere near living up to its pedigree, much the same as Lazarus. I would say this is probably near the low end of B. Probably below Food for the Soul, I would say.
Oof.
The production quality is definitely better than like the Ballpark show, but it's just kind of missing something compared to its predecessors.
That's understandable.
And certainly not as emotionally impactful. But nonetheless, it was part of why we called this season seasonal depression.
We're not. No, I think we've hit the major. No, there's at least 2 more on here.
All right, next up we have the Shiunji family children.
なんで我が家でまでワード固めなきゃいけないのよ。ごめん、さっきまで格ゲーしてて。私には1ミリもその気がありません。弟の特権でしょ。感謝してもらわなきゃ。お兄ちゃんの力加減が一番好き。
そうは言っても兄弟。何も変わらねえよな。何も。
君たちは本当の兄弟ではない。
兄弟同士での結婚とかかな。
運命の人とも呼べる相手はいるのか。場所や言葉じゃなくて、そして誰にされるかだよね。ねえねえ、デートしよっか。それは弟でもいいのか。好き。だって兄弟じゃないなら恋人にもなれるでしょ。だからみんなもライバル。
誰が何と言おうと一人残らず幸せにしてみせる。
Did you end up catching any of this one, Agent?
I did not, but can I say 2 bits before you dig into this one?
Sure.
Yeah, so the base purpose, okay, I did watch the first episode of this one. So, yes, the first purpose is like, hey, this family, you're not all related by blood. As someone who comes from a family with stepsisters, don't fuck your sister. Japan.
This has been a public service announcement from Mother's Basement.
Yes, thank you for the reference. I know, people. It's like in Japan. I know it's a fetish. It can be fun, but this is a little too common. This is a little too. It shouldn't be a trope. It shouldn't be this common of a fucking trope.
Oh, Agent, you sweet summer child.
I am not, but I just like this very, very much, and it's I know I just like these type of shows to begin with, but these always kind of irk me, especially because it's like, no, most families, you don't think your sister's hot. Oh, it's a stepsister. You don't think she's hot. You don't. It's like, okay, that's my piece. Go ahead, Yuki.
I would also argue that there's a level of cowardice involved here, because for the true incest ship fans, they don't want them to not actually be related. If you're going to make incest your selling point, Just make it incest, you cowards!
Somebody clip that.
But yes, it's important to remember that the anime industry, as it stands in the modern age, by and large, or at least in large part, I should say, was shaped by the dating sims and visual novels that many series were based off of in the late 80s, 90s, and 2000s. And, well, as it turns out, incest is a very popular fetish to sell people in your tarot games.
Mm-hmm.
So that's part of why we have such an incest pedigree and so many tropes based around it in anime today, at least as far as I can tell. So this show has pretty decent animation. It's like really live or die based off of how you feel about the plot premise. If you can, like, if you're a person who enjoys what they're doing here, then you're probably really going to like this series. If you don't, and especially if you have maybe a problem with, and I'm going to spoil something here, so plug your ears for the next 5 seconds or so if you don't want to hear it. They reveal at the very end of the season that one of these siblings are still probably actually related to each other.
I thought they brought that up at the start, like the 2 blue-haired ones were.
So that turned out to not be the case, but then later on they said we weren't ready for knowing that 2 of us actually were related. And surely that's going to be the guy and one of the girls, but we don't know which one. There's also the aspect that even before the bombshell in episode 1 was dropped, one of the girls was already totally okay with banging her brother, and it turned out that that's the youngest one. So again, if incest or underage characters are something that is bothersome for you, give this a wide berth. Otherwise, if you want a vaguely ecchi harem romance with pseudo incest and high schoolish age characters, then have at it.
All right, is this going in, I'm guessing, either B or trash?
This is probably a good candidate for trash, as far as this genre is concerned. I know that we don't end up usually seeing a lot of non-fantasy isekai stuff make it into the trash bin, but that feels like probably the right place for the series.
Okay, deference on how low down the tier we're going to be putting this one.
Oh, geez. I have to say it's probably better than it's not as good as The Saint, but better than the one before it. So right between those 2.
It's better than the beginning after the end? Ooh.
Yeah.
Must have some
just
good
in terms of like
animation.
overall quality and execution, animation. Yeah, sorry, but the beginning after the end, it just did not land on the animation quality.
Nope, I could definitely understand that. Alrighty then. What do we have next?
All right. Next up was kind of a sleeper surprise hit for the season. A ninja and an assassin under one roof.
Ooh.
物を葉っぱに変える忍術が使えるんです。
見事だな。さとこちゃんには追っ手である上位ランキングの忍者が来るわけでしょ。私はそれから守ってあげる。
殺し屋？本当にいたんだ。
忍者に言われちゃった。
私、料理は得意です。
結婚しようか。明日お弁当も作ってね。
はい、任せてください。
じゃあ学校行ってきます。
この 郎さんの下着の匂いをたどってきました。
は
エロ漫画。どんな依頼なんですか？
さとこちゃん、いつものお願い。
はーい、葉っぱに変えちゃいますね。殺し屋の人と一緒にお仕事して暮らしてます。
見つけたぞ、メガネアサシン。
抜け忍者。逃げるな。私は別に砂糖を抜けるつもりは。
このレベルで私よりランキングが上なのか。
この
は問題なさそうだな。
私は落ちこぼれで抜け人とはいえ忍びの端くれ。
そういうことから逃げ出して普通に暮らすために里抜けたってのに何やってんだよ。
よろしくね。私のために働いてもらうぞ、忍者の女。私受けてるんですからね、拷問訓練。殺し屋ランキングとかってどうなりました？
まあ上に200人以上いるから
2人で頑張りましょう。テレビアニメ忍者と殺し屋の2人暮らし。
All right. If you did end up watching this one, right? Also, animation quality absolutely through the roof. It baffles me that this was not promoted like at all.
At least it got the fancy title. Honestly, like watching this show, it gave me flashbacks to like Monogatari, Katana Katare, and a lot of that animation style. I don't know if it was the same studio that did it, but yeah,
I'm not sure either.
Even I was noticed the high quality they did in everything on this, and from character designs to, I was gonna say backgrounds, but I don't actually know about the backgrounds, but like everything in the foreground. And I don't know. I'll let you go ahead because I feel like I'm just gonna gush when I start.
Very fluid animation. Great use of like stretch and squish. You don't usually see this kind of money dumped into a comedy gag anime, and it is fantastic when it does happen. The jokes pretty much landed. It was charming. There were great character interactions. They went through the trouble of making all these like amazing, highly detailed characters for like the villain in every episode, only to immediately kill them off. And I know that's kind of spoilers, but it's very quickly becomes apparent that that's what's going to happen.
It happens in like the first 5 minutes even. This was...
Yeah.
Besides all that, the story, this kind of not the story as a plot that's happening, but life story of people progressing and I don't want to say evolving, but developing as relationships and people.
Driven.
It's a character driven comedy, and God damn, like even there were a couple episodes where even I teared up in it. In making gags major plot points that need to be resolved over several episodes. It
was very well crafted, very well executed. In my opinion, this is solidly A tier.
Yeah.
I wish I could give S tier just because it was such a surprise hit. But the reality is it just didn't get any promotion, and I expect hardly anyone watched it, even though it's so high quality.
I kind of want to put this at the top of A.
It's certainly tempting. I feel like it had less emotional impact than
Apocalypse Hotel.
Yeah, but the animation quality was pretty on par, and so was the overall like storytelling and everything. I think ultimately I'd probably put it just below it. But both of them were very strong contenders, and both felt like in a different environment, in a different world, with different promotion, they could maybe have made it into S tier.
I loved Roboco. But yep, no, overall great watch. This is going to be a show I am going to try to push all my friends into. Hey, watch this, with the exceptions of the ones I know kind of bounce off cutesy shows even more than I do. But yeah, I loved every second of this show. This was a show I was waiting for every new episode, and top quality through and through.
Yeah, it felt like certainly one of the only shows that you could really get actively excited about a release for every week.
Yep. Okay, I think we have
just a handful left here.
3 shows.
Next up is...
Yeah, we got...
Sorry?
We have a couple shows before we hit the Adult Swim era.
Pretty much.
As in adults only, not the channel special.
Yeah. We are easing into it, though. So next up is Kowloon Generic Romance.
So こに映ってるの私じゃないんです。私記憶がないんです。過去の自分を全く思い出せない。
みんなクーロンに恋をしているんだ。新しいものなんて必要ないんだよ。クジライ、ヒーローは遅れてくるってのがお約束だろ。
私は工藤さんの知ってるクジライ玲子ではないんでしょう。
知らないのはお前の方だろ。
知らないのか、アイス周りの花言葉。あなただけを見つめてる。過去がない人間なんて他にもいるよ。例えば私とか。
素晴らしすぎてどうにかなりそうだ。このクーロンは俺の知ってるクーロンじゃない。
人っちゅうのは見たいもんを見てまう生き物や。
この人生は彼女のもの。
この夏のクーロンはどうかしてるぜ。
私は知りたい。たとえそれが恐ろしいものだとして。
クーロンジェネリックロマンス。話すか。俺の知ってるクジライ玲子のこと。
All right. I was a little disappointed in the fact that I didn't manage to finish this show. I started, like, a family member of mine got interested in it, and we started watching it together. And unfortunately, that kind of ground my progress to a halt on it.
Oh, you didn't finish this. Oh my god.
I didn't finish it. I still plan to eventually, but yeah, it sets up so many good mysteries, and like I'm so on board with the nostalgic anime throwback style that they used, and how that fits into a story that's so about nostalgia, and that nostalgia is so important too.
Yep. One other thing I will say, for those who are familiar with and love older shows like this, the 2 best comparisons I can make to this show are Paprika the movie and Paranoid Agents.
Oh, Paranoia Agent.
Paranoia Agents. Mostly from that director's work. If you would have told me that guy did that, but I know he's unfortunately passed away at the moment, or he's passed away.
At the moment, he could be back at any time.
Okay. This comes off as Coolwood Generic Romance, which, if you're familiar with the Walled City of Coolwood and the cyberpunk references there, it does also lean heavily. It doesn't lean heavily. It leans on that 80s feel for a lot of concepts.
You know, I actually saw someone's social media account posting a clip from this show and claiming that it was from 1995.
Which I could, if it wasn't for the widescreen on this show and the animation quality overall, I could very much believe that.
It feels like it could have come from the 80s or 90s for sure, but it's wild to me that people would actually spread that misinformation.
How far did you make it into this show? Just to be curious to what I want to talk about.
I made it to around like episode 4-ish.
Oh my fucking god, Yuki. Oh fuck. This show is probably some of the best breakdowns of personality, self realization, and acceptance I have ever goddamn seen in media.
It does an amazing job of hooking you with all the mystery elements that it wants to unfold for you as well.
God, okay, everyone. I'm going to put it this way: it's as much as I dislike romance, as much as I generally dislike the rom-com setting, this show would I wanted to.
Based on what I saw, I'm pretty comfortable putting it in like high B, low A territory at least. I will, since you saw more of it, I will certainly defer to your opinion.
I would say after episode 4, this was one of the 3 shows I was on a weekly. Okay, when does it fucking come out? The other one being Nikoro.
Gotcha. So that's pretty high A territory then, probably.
I was going to talk to you about talking me out of putting this in the fucking S rank. Just from the okay, I understand is the influential on that and can be on that stuff, but which we do run into the problem of how much shows we get like this. This is going to probably be on my recommendation list just permanently. Like, this is probably going to be a show if anyone who's interested in any of the concepts from this show asks me what's one of the best ones to watch, I am going to direct them to this damn show. And it comes down to it's a 12 episode show and it's an ended show. There's enough hooks there that if they ever wanted to touch on it, they could do more. I would be extremely pissed off if they ever did, though. What is the problem? I do have some nostalgia bias. This is from my childhood era of animation, so I do get some really good concepts on that, but that
I would say the only thing that would hold me back from putting it in S tier is just that I don't think it made much of a splash. Like, nobody really knows about it, unfortunately. From what I saw, it could very well deserve S tier based off of like the artistic merit of it, depending on how all those plot lines and everything that it's set up play out. But since I haven't seen it all the way through, I can't judge it based on that. So I have to defer to you to make that decision.
Yep, that's kind of the thing, though. It's like I wanted to talk to you about the ending on this, but I don't, like I said,
I think as an acid test, you said this is something that you'd recommend to anyone, right?
Just about, like, anyone who's interested in getting into anime or likes these concepts. There is very few people I would not recommend this to as a very good watch. And those are going to be the people who hate this style of animation or who hate animation in general. If you are an anime fan and like interesting and very well done plot lines with characters that are all masterly crafted, like I said, the only thing I dislike would argue on is the ending. And that
would you say you would recommend this to non-anime fans to try to bring them into the anime fandom?
yes, I could definitely see that.
In that case, it may very well deserve the S rank.
Okay, because I will come back to you that, and one thing we will try to do at the end of this year is we will try to go through our top S and maybe A rank, depending on how many S's we get throughout the season, and try to re-rank those accordingly. And if you finish watching this, I would say I would love to hear your opinion on that one. But like
I'm certainly excited to see the rest of it. Like, I'm very interested to see how what they set up plays out.
Okay, I wanted to ask you, like the thumbnail here, we have the all the characters. How much of these character stories do you know? Especially the two on the right, the pink and the yellow character there.
Well, I can barely see the thumbnail. I know that the pink girl was neighbors with the yellow girl, and reported her for making too much noise. There's certainly a possible low-key implication that the yellow girl might be trans. Certainly, she's said that she had a lot of work done, but it's hard to say if that's like code or not, since they tend to be so conservative and light on the touch with these kinds of things.
Oh no, this show is not. This show comes over and beats you over the head with it when it finally reveals stuff. It's I will let you finish on that, because you, like I said, I think episode 4 is a lot of the groundwork for what was going on. I almost want to go back and rewatch the whole damn thing just to see what I pick up on, because it
does seem like the kind of show that you will probably notice things on a second pass that you didn't notice the first time.
Like you would not even believe. It's I can't. Like I said, I would.
In fact, I know it is, because I rewatched a couple of the episodes with my family member, and when I did that, I definitely picked up on things I didn't catch or didn't understand the significance of the first time.
Oh, you have. I'm going to leave that there, but like I said, I think I'm going to class that as our A class. I really, really do love that. But
S, you mean?
S, yes, S class. But okay, moving on, because I want to talk about that show, and I should not.
Next up is I'm the evil lord of an intergalactic empire.
今度の俺は悪徳領主になる。他者を踏みつけ虐げる側になる。そのためにも強い力が欲しい。ぜひぜひ私を弟子にしてください。
いや、これ最初から切れてる手品なんだよね。
色仕掛けですと、なんとリオム様がハニートラップに引っかかってしまうとは。私は案内にナイスな負の感情テイスティー。
これからは悪徳領主として領民どもから搾取してやる。これも俺を転生させてくれた案内人のおかげだ。ありがとう、案内
人。次の仕事が決まった。バンフィールドを叩き潰す。
This show is such fun trash.
Oh my god, this show speaks to me on a trash goblin level I had not felt before. God, one thing I want to say about this damn thing, this feels okay. Well, first off, it got the Crunchyroll special title, but it's not listed as this season anime for some weird reason. No idea why. Can't figure that out, but it's not. For some reason, it's a Crunchyroll spring anime. It's not on that list. I can't tell you why. This also feels like a story-driven multiple choice path RPG where a guy starts it. I'm going to be renegade all the way. I'm going to make all the darkest decisions. And then does it because he's too nice of a person.
Also, cucked to death. The way the main, this is a little bit of a spoiler, but the way the main character is isekai'd is he is quite literally cucked to death.
I mean, some other stuff, but yeah, this is also the first sci-fi isekai I think I've seen, like not fantasy, okay, technically fantasy sci-fi, but full on galactic empire, giant robots, Max, isekai.
I don't think it's actually the very first one, but it's certainly not a common route for that to take.
Okay, technically Tenchi Muyo War on Gemini I think would get that, but
yeah, and also I'm drawing a blank on the name of this one, but there was one, it was pretty well known. It actually even aired on Fox for a while.
If you can describe it, I can probably name it.
It involved mechs, and it was technically an isekai, even though it didn't come up much. But it felt much more fantasy oriented than like space oriented.
Escaflowne?
Yes, Escaflowne, Vision of Escaflowne.
Yeah, that's why I'd be like, okay, there are very much other fantasy mech shows, isekais, but this is the Galactic Empire, spaceships, sci-fi.
We definitely don't see it very often.
No.
It gives it an air of freshness.
Yep, and
I would put this pretty solidly at the top of the trash heap, personally.
Yeah, unfortunately, you're speaking to all of my biases all at once, so yeah, I can't argue with any of that. This was the third show I kind of was like week to week wanting to watch. By the way, for anyone tuning in, it was this Nikuro or Ninja and Assassin and Evil Lord. Or Coolwood, Ninja and Assassin, and Evil Lord were the three. I was like, "Ooh, new episode."
Yeah, it definitely kept me coming back for more. And it's not a deep show, and even the jokes aren't very deep, but they are still amusing. And the character of the guide is wonderful. And certainly feels like the sort of thing that you would encounter in like a Western tabletop conversion RPG, like one of the Owlcat Pathfinder games or something.
Yeah, I can definitely see where you're coming from on that one. It's isekai trash. It's isekai trash with a setting and coat of paint we haven't seen pretty much done all that much, and it does a lot of fun concepts I haven't seen in anime in a while. Nothing too original here, but a nice fun take on stuff we haven't seen in quite a bit. Anything more, or are we ready to go on?
I think that about covers it for me.
All right.
All right, next up, we're going to take a look at 2B Hero X.
Won't see it coming fast like lightning. We'll save the day, they can't deny it. Higher, higher, we're about to set this game on fire. Bring us down with that whole new type of hero, We going up, we go. Explosions in the sky, just chasing time. With that whole new type of hero.
トの信念によってヒーローが形作られる世界。最も多くの信頼を獲得したヒーローは X の称号を得る。
この世界は英雄を必要としている。誰しもがヒーローになれる可能性を秘めていて、誰しもが彼である可能性を持っている。ヒーロー X!
All right, this is a Bilibili show, which for anyone who's paid attention to anime, is a Chinese production company and generally is seen as a lower quality one. This is probably the best goddamn looking show this season, though.
Their typical shows are absolute dumpster fires.
I would argue that I don't know who or what is behind this To Be Hero X, but holy mother of money to be burned, did they just tell them to go, and they did not give two shits about the budget.
Yeah, this is a remarkable step up from their usual stuff. And I mean, even the base animation style, the fact that it even remotely resembles the animation style of Arcane is a huge achievement for them. I'm still not sure if they actually ended up hiring that studio to make that portion or not, but
that trailer we watched, by the way, was completely original animation designed to promote this show. All of that, or I should say, none of that is featured in the show proper. One downside I will say, this is a continuous show, so this season might be 24 episodes, so it has not finished yet.
Yeah, I'll leave most of this one to you, Agent, because you got farther in it than I did. But I will comment on the fact that it has a mix of different animation styles, some of which we didn't even see in the trailer, and that's used to pretty good effect. I still personally believe that some of those animation styles are more appealing than the, like, Arcane 3D CGI style that they made be the base style for the show. But I understand also that that style is more economically viable than the other styles are to use on a large scope.
Okay, I gotta ask, how far did you get in this?
This one I think stalled out around like episode 4 or 5, unfortunately.
Probably 4 then. So the way To Be Hero X works is I think the last arc was only 3, but mostly every 4 episodes will switch perspectives to a new character or new hero. One of the biggest things that sets up into this, taking apart from shows like My Hero Academia or other hero-based shows, are all of the heroes in this show's powers are based around people's beliefs and perspective in them. We early on in the show, minor spoilers for an episode, we meet one of the top ranked heroes who is basically known for always standing tall and being utterly steadfast. The downside to his power is he can't bend at all. He has to sleep standing up. He can't touch his toes or barely fasten his pants because of he never bends or breaks. Which is a great concept for heroes. And to its credit, the show delves very deeply into this concept and does so many interesting things with it, including to where social media goes into this. Or what if this hero's an impersonation? What if it's a masked hero that has never seen his face? What if somebody else takes up his mantle? And delves deep into that. The thing that... Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, yeah, it's you touched on this a little bit, but it's important to note that the hero's strength is literally tied to people's belief in them. So the way that like a god in D&D, for instance, their power might depend on their number of followers and like how strong their belief is in them. It's exactly that for the heroes in this show.
Exactly. The thing that comes into play is, once again, it's put in a modern era. So social media, networking, advertising, all of that will play a part into the hero. Not that they are corporate mandated ones, but the corporate mandation has to work into them. And on top of that, we also see some of the villains thriving off fear, hatred, are just being unsettling. A boss who goes crazy and threatens to fire all of his employees. All of the fear generated by those employees will now power him. In that very concept. The only problem I started to feel and develop is, if you are aware of, China has a social credits, or not social credit, but has a, or is it called a social credit? They have a credit system as a communist country determining on how much you are worth, or how much you can spend, or how much goods you have access. And you start to feel that outside of that. Now, whether it's a comment on that or pro or against it is up in the air, since Bilibili is a Chinese production company and the Chinese government will have some say on that. That is one of the biggest things I would definitely feel on later, especially when you see some of the underhandedness of the corporations or the groups that support these heroes.
I'll also throw out the possibility that it has just become enough of a cultural norm for them that they included it in the show without thinking. But I'm going to give this particular show enough credit to say that that's probably not the case.
It is interesting. One of the things I will say that does throw you off is the titular Hero X, the person from the trailer and advertised on the front of all the covers. Yeah, he's kind of only previewed in episode 12.
That's not actually terribly surprising from what I saw of the show.
And it's only known as, like, he is a mysterious hero who claimed the title of X randomly somehow, which, okay, how is somebody whose powers are based off social media recognition the strongest without anybody knowing anything about him? I mean, it's not outside the land of possibilities. Once again, mystery characters and unknown vigilante style heroes are very interesting. It raises a lot of questions, though, and once again, endings are a very big part of a story. Ask any Game of Thrones fan about how good or bad they can be. And I like so many of the concepts and stories and heroes we introduce, because all of the big ones they are showing off do feel like they are going to get character arcs and do get the 4 full episode stories. And do, as the series progresses, you start feeling what other heroes have done before or after, how they affect other heroes and other people. That being said, on this, I know you kind of bounced off of this. I don't know if it was because you were bored or you didn't like the feel on it, or...
I wouldn't say I actually bounced off of it. This is actually another one that a family member saw me watching and was like, hey, I want in on that. And I kind of stalled for that reason.
Okay, because I kind of want to put this up in the A rank. Once again, the animation quality and stuff they do and songs they bring out in this. I don't know what the hell is going on with Bilibili, but like, please do more of this, please. Like this did not feel like Billy. This would see me see like A1's B team do something that looked like Trigger.
I feel like it wasn't actually produced by Bilibili. Like they just sponsored it and somebody else made it for them. Because Bilibili is also a streaming platform. They're like the Crunchyroll of China.
It's weird since Crunchyroll is also one of the productions behind this.
Yeah, but nonetheless, they do exist as a streaming service over in the like Asian sector, especially China and I guess Japan. Um, so I'm wondering if they just kind of funded it. But like, despite my bias against them and stuff coming out of China in general, I have to give credit where it's due. This was a huge step up. It wasn't a total dumpster fire. It wasn't something that actively pained me to watch, that I had to suffer through like I did with some of the other Billy stuff in previous seasons. And that alone is a huge accomplishment. But the fact that it was actually, as far as I could tell, some kind of good.
Okay, so
yeah, I can certainly defer to you in putting it up in like A tier.
Okay, so I was kind of like looking at this, and there were 3 production companies behind this. Billy, B Dream, which I got nothing to know on them that other than producers for, and Aniplex, which
is an anime production company.
Yeah, it's I can only see BP Animation, Colette Studios, Land, Paper Plane Animation Studios. This is an interesting one to say the least. Right about, I think, middle of.
It was a real dark horse, if nothing else.
Yeah, this came out and surprised the hell out of me, to be sure, on that one. It's lower than Ninkaro. I don't know about Lazarus, though. That's kind of
from what I saw of it, I would still probably put Lazarus a little bit above it. Like, the one thing is, it has going for it the surprise effect of how much better it was than anyone expected, whereas Lazarus has that kind of working against them because it has that Cowboy Bebop pedigree that it didn't quite live up to. But I still think if I'm looking at it as objectively as possible, Lazarus was probably still a little bit better from what I saw.
Okay, and I think that's going to be good. Once again, the ending is going to be determined that, but we have at least probably another season's worth of episodes to drop before we have an idea on that one.
Yeah, the fact that Lazarus actually ended certainly adds to that as well.
Yep.
All right, we are thoroughly in adults-only Adult Swim portion of the evening here at this stage.
We still have Once Upon a Witch's Death.
I will have to pull that up. I don't seem to actually have that on here for some reason.
And that was
so
one of the,
yeah, let me go ahead and do that first.
Because that was one of
just a
the
moment.
big ones at the start with the people talking about it. Though I know I didn't catch that one myself. Everyone was like, "Oh, this is dark and depressing," so I had to skip that early on. And after its first couple episodes, I didn't hear anything about it, so I think I forgot about it.
お前、あと1年で。
Do we have it?
Yeah, I was just getting it pulled up.
All right, here we go.
お前、あと1年で死ぬよ。
え？私、見習い魔女ことメグラズベリーがあと1年で死ぬらしいのです。わかった！テレビのドッキリだ！
バラエティに出るように見えるかい？
見えないです。なんで死んじゃったの、メグ？勝手に殺すな！
助かる方法がないわけじゃないよ。1000粒集めんだよ。人が喜んだ時に流す涙、嬉し涙をね。
さてここで問題です。私は残りどれくらいのペースで涙を集めなければならないのでしょうか。1日3粒。
たくさんの人が見ることの叶わなかった明日を背負ってお前は生きているんだ。だからお前は生きなきゃならない。はい。
絶対死にません。全部を 捨てないと魔法は身につかない。
今のお前だから優価値と運命に抗う力があるんだよ。
願いなよメグ、あんたが一番叶えたいこと。まずは生き抜くことかな。生き抜く。はい、いろんな人のこと忘れたくないから。嬉し涙1000粒集めてみせます。
呪いが解けるとき、あなたは大切なものを失う。
Alright, I did watch this one all the way through, and this one certainly can get very emotionally tough at times. There was one episode in particular that I remember just fully breaking down in tears. Not every episode is like that, but this certainly added to this being seasonal depression. One thing kind of going against this show is it didn't actually have a proper ending. The main character's arc does not resolve. She does not either die or create her miracle cure by the end of the season. And I don't know if we'll ever get another season of this, which makes that tougher to judge this by. I would say probably around the bottom of B tier is fine for this. It was decently nicely animated. It certainly did pack an emotional punch, but I don't think that this is a show for everybody for sure.
Okay, I was dropping it there to see if this was getting more episodes, but nope, it's pretty much done, it looks like. Yeah.
Yeah, unless they announce like a second season down the road, but I kind of suspect that this is a show that's never actually going to get a season 2.
Okay, and you said just bottom B, emotionally good, but it's got to have some problems to be down there. Is it mostly just that unfinished ending that doesn't look like it's going to get resolved?
Yeah, I think that's a really big part of it, because the show is certainly set up to really invest you in that, and to not get that resolution, I think is going to be a major turnoff for a lot of people.
Yeah, no, I can definitely understand, especially something that hits you that emotionally hard. But all right, so for everyone still left or watching the stream on the VODs, this is going to be the adult portion, our adult only section. We are going to be talking about some very R to X rated shows.
Yes.
So be warned, the final rankings will be posted online on social media or Discord feeds if you follow us on either of those that we are active on. But for everyone else, clear out.
And if you're under 18, leave the room.
Or at least pretend you're over 18.
At least have the good sense and common decency to lie to us properly.
Yep, but okay, what's the first filthy trash we're going to dig into?
That would be Yonder Dark Elf. She chased me all the way from another world.
異世界から帰還して1ヶ月。僕はすっかり元の生活に戻った。望んでいた平和で安全な毎日。でも、愛が重い。
ひなたに溜まってるもの一滴残らず絞り出してあげるから。
絞り出すって何？
私はひなたさえいればいい。ひなた以外何もいらない。
I'm low-key surprised they allow this trailer on
僕が異
YouTube.
世界で出会ったダークエルフの女の子マリアベルは
I've seen worse.
ちょっとだけ愛が重い。
ふつつかものですがよろしくお願いします。テレビアニメちょっとだけ愛が重いダークエルフが異世界から追いかけてきた。2025年4月放送開始。
YouTube's usually pretty conservative about this kind of thing, though.
ひなたの匂い。
All right. Did you catch this one, Agent?
I watched the first 2 or 3 episodes of this just because I tend to watch a lot of stuff while I'm out in public, and the hard ichi shows are a yeah, I can't do that. So these have to be my own time, and this, if I remember correctly, the episodes on this were shorts too, kind of like they were.
Yeah, they were about 15 minutes a pop. And each of those was like 2 mini episodes per episode, I think.
Yeah, so I think I watched like the first couple of them, then got a good feel and was like, yeah, drop.
Yeah, so in some ways, this show kind of has no business existing in a censored form, because that's literally its only purpose is to be sexy trash. And for them to go like whole hog on censorship on this show really defeats the point. That said, it's still kind of like, I still think it belongs more in the trash category than the skip category, because it falls into that like almost hate watch kind of category.
This is a
where,
fun,
like,
you can get drunk with the everybody kind of poke fun at this, like ha ha ha.
Exactly, yeah. It's the kind of show that you can watch with the right group of friends and have a good time laughing about it. That said, the animation in this is terrible. The characters are constantly off model. And the main character is in possibly middle school, if not high school.
It's okay. The Dark Elves, thousands of years. Oh wait, that makes it significantly worse. Never mind.
So if any of those things are problems for you, give this a wide berth.
Honestly, you're kind of making a good argument for the skip category on this one, because dumb, fun trash, you can kind of just turn your brain off and laugh with your buddies. That's kind of what's in the trash category to begin with. This doesn't feel like it has any other redeeming qualities other than being garbage.
You know, especially the censored version, I can't really defend it too much against putting it in the skip category, to be honest.
Yeah, that's kind of where I was
even
at.
the sexy portions of it don't do a great job of being sexy, especially with huge like ray of light mist censorship all over the place.
Lightsaber. Well, see, when it's just guys, you get to call lightsaber dick, but yeah.
Yeah, it still baffles me that
this is a high dive show too. This is a high
but the
dive.
next one we're going to talk about wasn't, especially because this was high dive and the other one was crunchy, and I just don't understand what happened there. Maybe they couldn't get the rights to the uncensored version because they wanted to save that for the Blu-ray release or something. If so, they did themselves a disservice because nobody's going to buy this.
Yep, made for TV anime. All right, our final fucking oof. I always say this.
Next up.
Oh, Kanakawa. Okay. Let's go.
Our final course for the evening is please put them on Takamine-san.
私にパンツを履かせなさい。
常に私の下着を持ち付き従いどこでも着替えのサポートをする。独占欲を煽ればいいように踊るかと思ったのだけど失敗だったようね。
生徒会長高峰高根の秘密、そしてその秘密を知ってしまった僕白田講師は会長にパンツを履かせるクローゼットとしての生活を強いられることとなった。
私が個人行動する場合あなたはどうするのだったかしら。
これ今日一日であと何回能力を使うんだ。
世界で唯一私の秘密を知っている白田くんには今後ともたくさん心配をかけていいのかしら。
もしかしてこうちゃん？私だよ、エリーだよ。エリー、あんたよく飽きずに来るね。
やり直しよ。やり直すの？
しまった、焦って半端に履かせちゃってた。
しっかり履き直させてくれなきゃ。あなたの仕事でしょ。紳士的なところ昔のままね。聞かせてちょうだい、正直な気持ちを。
会長、一つ聞いても？
何かしら。
会長が優しくしてくれるのは飴とムチの飴なんですか？それとも。
白田くんはどちらなら嬉しい？
Let me say this. There are looter shows on Crunchyroll because interspecies reviewer is on there.
They took it down, actually, last I checked.
There have been looter shows on Crunchyroll because interspecies reviewer was on there. Holy mother of what the fuck was this doing on Crunchyroll as an uncensored show for a...
Largely, at least. They didn't go all the way with showing some of the crotch shots, but...
A lot of porn and hentai doesn't either. Woo. You know, you go ahead. Go ahead. I will chime in afterwards.
I'm as confused as you are, Agent. I will say that this is definitely a step up from Dark Elf, both in the fact that it's uncensored and just in general it being kind of a more interesting concept. And I didn't mention this about Dark Elf, but they really didn't do a good job of making the yandere Dark Elf yandere, which kind of undermines the entire concept. This has strong BDSM subtexts to it, and
emphasis
it
on
is
sub.
between high schoolers. If any of that makes you uncomfortable, do not watch this show. Sorry, what was that?
I said emphasis on sub.
Yes. The animation quality on this is questionable at best. It really bothers me how high they place the mouths on the faces pretty consistently.
I remember there was some pretty bad off-model shots on this too, if I'm thinking correctly.
Yes, quite a lot of them. More often than not, the characters are off-model. And looking at the manga covers that they showed in the preview, I want to say that the manga was actually way better about that than the anime is, and that although the mouth was a little on the high side, it wasn't nearly as high as, like, weirdly high as it ended up being in the anime.
Yeah.
That said, in terms of, like, character interactions and everything, the relationship between the main characters is dumb. I'm not gonna lie. One thing I did enjoy, and this is definitely a spoiler, the blonde girl that we see, who shows up as like the rival love interest, it turns out is in fact a lesbian who is dating another girl already and is far more interested in Takamine than she is in the main character, even though she is in fact his childhood friend.
Yeah, there are some inklings to a high school romance rom-com here. This is trashy, lewd. I don't want to say mess necessarily, but it feels like kind of a mess most of the time, and a bit contrived on every. This is. I want to watch a sexy girl have clothes be taken and put on her, taken off and put on her.
Yeah, it's all truly just a vehicle for the nudity.
And I don't want to throw this into skip because this does just feel like trash. Where do you want to throw this in trash, Yuki? Is basically where I'm lining up here.
I mean, I want to give it some credit for the fact that there weren't actually a lot of lewd shows this season, and it was the best of the bunch, sadly enough. Like truly lewd shows, at least. But at the same time,
it wasn't.
I can't say that it was actually better animation quality or anything like that than anything on that list. I would say overall, it's probably somewhere in the neighborhood of maybe like Gorilla God.
I kind of want to put it below that, even honestly. It's like,
yeah, that's fair. Like, okay, if we look at Brilliant Healer, like its whole appeal was like the sex appeal of the female characters, and at least this has the courage to just be what that show wants to be and go forth with the nudity and lewdness.
Yep, but okay, everybody. I don't see too many things I would want to move or change on this list overall. Kulu Yuki needs to finish before we get any more right on that. Catch the end of year stream, which we will hope to do. Other than that, I think we have our spring rankings. Tune in a couple of weeks when we should have our previews of summer, but we will have all of these posted up on our social media feeds and our Discord, like for any rankings. Tell us what you thought. Tell us what you liked, didn't like, what you think should be higher ranked, what you think should just go into the skip or utter trash that we didn't put down there. And just kind of let us know what you think.
Comment, and subscribe.
Hey, I generally do want to hear what people think about these shows too. It's like
oh yeah, for sure.
Because
I enjoy engaging in the conversation.
Yep, that is why we do this. When we know we do kind of power through our shows, but if you do want to come in and talk to normal streams and stuff like that, we are always down to do that as well. But this is going to be the end, and I think we are going to kick you guys off tonight. Prez is doing a special event tonight. I was kind of hoping to go over to him if you were okay with that for the raid.
Sure, that's fine.
All right, everybody. I should be back Tuesday. Rogue Trader will be canceled just because I need to recover. I think Yuki might need to too after tonight. For how much we run.
You might have to give me. Oh no, there it is. Prez of the Castle. There we go.
Yep. On that, but I'll be back Tuesday with Kigu and Pixel for our new stuff. I believe Yuki might be on tomorrow, might be almost definitely be back Monday, I'm guessing, barring life and or natural disasters, which
probably more likely to be back tomorrow and skip Monday. I've got some medical stuff Monday this week.
All right, and with that, I think we're going to get out. It's going to be Age of Q signing off. Have a good night, everybody.
Night, everybody. Bye.